gonna change all the traffic counts.
All right, I'd like to call this February meeting of the Louisa Planning Commission work session to order. And we'll start with our first item tonight, LDR 2023-04, proposed amendments to Chapter 86. Mr. Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item returns to you from your last meeting, and you had the commission had requested what was kind of described as a mapping document, something that would allow the proposed changes to be tracked. And we took two stabs at it. It's a little bit of a challenging thing to track side by side because what was asked to be tracked was the guidelines for use and construction by Dominion. Official title is Construction and Use Agreement General Guidelines, and the county code section. And the reality of it is they do similar things but differently, and so they are not a side-by-side tracking. There's a background memo on this, and I have to apologize. We do have to apologize for this. As you all remember, in the middle of December when you had your meeting, I had the flu, and I listened in on your meeting, but I was not well. And I thought that this memo had been presented to you for the January meeting, and I think unfortunately you didn't have it in your preparations, which also caused some kind of lack of being up to speed on the information. So in your packet this evening and for the public hearing and regular meeting, we have first the Dominion General Guidelines for Construction and Use Agreements. And these are basically the rules and regs, or the rules that relate to any use of Dominion land, which is essentially including the inundated land around the lake. And each one of these is memorialized with a use agreement. And that use agreement is essentially like a contract, but a legally binding document. Permitting process. So it's a little more fluid in some ways because it ends up in an agreement that both parties sign and execute. And so to kind of go through their parts, and then we'll talk about the county's parts in the code. The first is general requirements, and you'll see there's a very limited statement of purpose. The purpose of the construction use agreement process is to establish an understanding of acceptable usage between the adjacent owners, Dominion Energy shoreland surrounding Lake Anna, or waste heat treatment facility. And then it talks about the expectations for how the parties, what they're going to get out of it and how they're going to come to some agreement. It does discuss the purpose of the reservoir, as a heat sink basically, what the intent of the water level is and how the water level can be raised at Dominion's, per Dominion's needs at Dominion's direction. So there's some discussion in that first paragraph about that. Part 2 of the guidelines is the design standards, and these are basically mirrored in the Louisa County Code. And we'll kind of reference the two different versions of the mapping that we put together. The county code is a little different in some places. It's not contrary, but there are some places where the county code is a little more extensive. This is kind of the basis of safe navigation and structures. It really does not have any requirements for commercial area development or common area development, because those those uses, if they're on land, are landside developments that might have waterside improvements or waterside aspects, but they're not really a Dominion, it's not Dominion's concern what's happening on the land so much. Again, land shore has some interface. Talks about the process, and again, because Dominion is not a regulatory agency per se, they have to describe what the regulatory process would be because it's not a public body like we would have an administrative review process. So that's outlined in 3. Section 4 talks about what happens if you go back kind of to go. If you're playing Monopoly, if you go back to go, then the amended construction use agreement is if you begin again, essentially. There are some specifications for certain things, floating docks, boat shelters, ramp structures, bulkheads, riprap, and dredging. And I'll just say that Louisa County references these guidelines and any other rules and regulations Dominion has related to dredging. I'm going to kind of work backwards, but at the very end, you'll see that we're proposing no changes to the code as it exists now because the code does nothing other than point to Dominion. For floating block structures, we have building codes that are applied that have many standards in addition to the Dominion standards. Some of the standards we have in the building code relate to grounding of electrical components that may come into the typically wooden structures, but of course there could be floating docks. Floating docks wouldn't be wood. So Dominion's requirement is essentially that they be offset, and that's 15 feet from the side property extensions, and that they not be waterloggable material, that they can't be essentially sunk. And then the ramps and bulkheads are very specific to how those are treated for construction, and Louisa County does not have specific standards for those. All right. County code begins with a kind of a greater purpose of statement of intent, so I'm on packet page 8. Just the section 86-655. Typically in law, you state the purpose and intent. And so here, in addition to health, safety, welfare, which are the normal purposes of the police power for land use and development, we also have equitable and enforceable conditions for development along the shoreline. So this is the idea of kind of rationing or sharing fairly in water access. And then we have some more specific things about protecting the shoreland, enhancing public safety, and then welfare and quality of life. And that's recognizing that boat traffic is its own unique form and mode of transportation, different than what we would normally regulate if it was surface transportation through roads. Goes on further to talk about the types of things that are being regulated on the shore land. And then the next section brings in something completely different than you see in Dominion's use and construction guidelines. And that's about essentially, we say shoreland and erosion sediment control, but it's essentially the upland component of the shoreland. And so we're protecting the waters of the Commonwealth as a delegated authority from the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality. And as a delegated authority, it's incumbent upon Louisa County to not have water pollution from the escape of sediment. Dominion doesn't have that regulatory authority, responsibility, or I wouldn't say interest, but they certainly don't have it in their guidelines. So that whole section about shoreline protection, upland erosion, that is very specific to the county code and would not be, it would remain, it would not be stricken.
Which section is that? Excuse me.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. So the citation section starts on packet page 8 and goes through 9.
I'm looking at it on the packet for tonight in the.
In the strike through version.
Well, I'm doing the side-by-side comparison.
Okay. Are you in the table version?
No, I'm looking at section 86-656,
Okay.
use designs and standards. And I wanted to, number one, what y'all have done with this side-by-side comparison
Yep.
that I believe Mr. Goodwin asked for
Yep.
is great.
Good.
But you can look and see a lot of the things you're talking about, there's nothing over here.
That's right.
And I think that's a good thing to look at.
Yep.
It kind of gives you a visual of what isn't compared and what isn't.
Thank you. Yeah, I may ask if it helps in regular, we can do it now or in regular session if you want to do it. We can bring the packet up on the screen. If you want to use the side-by-side, we can do that. What we put in the packet was essentially the raw documents from Dominion, which is the construction and use guidelines, the raw document from the county code, so that's just the language as it exists. And then we did two versions of the comparison. So we have the strike-up text, and that's going to be packet pages 14 through 20. And that is the language that we brought to you last month, but unfortunately not with a side-by-side that made it able to really understand, how it related with Dominion's guidelines. And then following page 20, we have two different versions of kind of comments on the interrelation between the two documents, the guidelines and the code. So the first of those is sort of, we would propose to take out safe navigation, and then it puts the Dominion general guidelines in blue next to that. And then we would propose to take out the navigable channel, which is parts 2 and 3. And then we would relocate number 4 would come out, sorry, at the bottom of the page. Number 5 would be relocated in the code to the section that relates to development standards for lighting. And then we would remove the section for common areas, which are unique to Louisa County Code from Dominion. And then you would remove the section related to commercial and common areas, also, that coexists or coincides with the Dominion guidelines. And then we would remove the part about the maximum height of structures on land. And you'll see where Dominion regulates that. And then we would retain the common areas and commercial areas 4 and 5. All right, so that's the way that one works. Mr. Barlow is saying on packet pages 25 to 35, you see it in a table format. I will say the table does not have floating across the top. Everything that's on the left-hand side is from Louisa County Code. Everything on the right-hand side is from Dominion's General Use and Guideline Standards. And in retrospect, I probably should have continued to put Dominion on the right and, put a title, that Dominion's on the right and the county's on the left. But that's what that is. And what he's saying is, when you look at the first item, you'll see that both, and what we did here was we put them in two different fonts. So the font on the left is Times New Roman, and it's what you typically see in the county code. And the font on the right is Dominion's Arial font. And so if that helps keep that a little easier too, you can see the two different text types. So, on the first one, the statement of policy, Louisa County has 3 paragraphs, and Dominion has about 8 or 9 paragraphs. But some of those relate to how they're going to execute agreements, which we don't have. On the second, packet page 27, on the second item or section for use and design standards, in section A, all the upland, shoreland, erosion components in Louisa County Code do not exist in the guidelines. So there's a note there that they don't exist there. So those boxes are blank on the right-hand side. For B, we would propose to delete everything for safe navigation because the county code and the use and design guideline, construction and use guidelines are essentially the same. And that continues for a few pages. And then, so that's D. The neighbor policies, I'll just draw a note to that. I'm on packet page 32. There are some things unique in Louisa County Code that is our staff's understanding from the conversation at the time being when the code was adopted in 2005, that there was some interest in public safety related to common areas around docks. And so the neighbor policies that are in Louisa County Code are relating to posting signs, basically summarizing alcohol and boating regulations. And the idea was that those can change over time. There are some state enforcement agencies, but there are also some state regulations in addition to the county laws that may exist relating to alcohol and boating. So those would be posted as a requirement of Louisa County since 2005 to current. Dominion doesn't have any guidelines or requirements for that. The site plans and the extension lines would not be necessary if we're not going to be looking at site plans and extension lines, because Dominion would be the primary, the only reviewer on the front before it comes to the county approved. And then maximum height, that we basically mirror what Dominion does. If we're not looking at the plan, then there's no reason to mirror their code. And then the specifications for dredging, we just make reference. Essentially, we'll keep that language in there. It would not be deleted. So that's how that's set up. And like I said, if we want to put it up on the screen now, we can do that if that's easier to walk through now or in the regular meeting.
I have a question. I'm probably way out in left field on this. But if somebody buys a piece of property down there on that lake, how do they find out all these things that they've got to do in order to put a boat slip in, or they don't find that out when they buy the property, do they?
No, that's a great question. I have not looked at disclosures on real estate transactions at the lake, but there should be some reference to disclosures. I mean, it would always have some kind of general language about all applicable laws and regulations, and they might have to go look them up themselves. Because essentially Dominion's guidelines are private regulations, then, there's a private property owner agreement that has to come into place to be able to use Dominion's property. So that's why there's a use agreement in place. Dominion can change their use guidelines at any time. And they have the ability to, agreement by agreement, come to some alternative arrangement if it's approved by Dominion. Although generally, the reservoir coordinator has, I won't say just in practice, but has some reference in the guidelines that they shall follow the guidelines. So, in theory, each potential use agreement can be amended by Dominion at Dominion's discretion, and it's Dominion's property, so we would have no reason to second guess an agreement over the water. And then, of course, all the county code is a matter of law, public law, so anyone can look at that.
So,
And I should add, because this is not the end of government here. So
If it-
there are also private governments in the form of POAs, HOAs, and all the deeds and covenants and restrictions that exist for all those properties. And those individual neighborhoods may have restrictions that relate to view sheds, conservation areas, all sorts of things that are not, they're on record, but they're not part of the public law. It's a private agreement.
so if this project, let's say, is getting ready to come to fruition, who would start this? Would the county start it, or would Dominion start it?
That's an excellent question. So just to make sure we're talking about the same, about a typical project. So this is geared, the proposed amendment to remove this language is geared at removing those cases where the review is redundant, because the county will essentially do the same thing that until we have Dominion's approval. If Dominion has not approved a project, we will send them back to Dominion and say, go get your use agreement and show it to us and a plat and signature from Dominion that this is an approved project. So they can't begin with they can never begin with us, because if they come here first, we'll say, all right, well, you're not the landowner. You don't own the lake. You have to go get the landowner's permission. And when you have that come back, we have people that start with us sometimes, and we, show them our regulations, which are very similar to the use guidelines. But at the end of the day, we are always in the second position, because the building permit, once it's issued, is an act of government, and it is a permission to construct. So we're not going to issue a building permit on somebody else's property until that property owner has signed off on it, Dominion.
So now that's the homeowner's responsibility if they decide to do this, or is it the developer, or is it the builder?
You ask very good questions. So that's a great question. There are a lot of developers who have envisioned a master plan for boathouse locations in a development, okay, which would be, a subdivision, a multi-lot development. Those are not the only parcels that exist on the lake. There are also, more freestanding parcels that are not inside of a subdivision or a neighborhood that may or may not have that probably would not have a master plan for where those docks could go. Again, according to the guidelines that Dominion has, which Louisa has, same in code. We have owners that are acting sometimes more as their own agent or representative, and they get informed and they figure it all out. And those might be the same kind of people who would, build the garage at their house, right? Because they want to be their own contractor, and they want to figure out how to deal with, loading beams and spans and footing pours and vapor barrier separations and all the stuff that's involved in building things according to the building code. There are plenty of other people who do not want to act as their own contractor, and they would hire a dock builder, and those are specialists in that field, and they know how to deal with submarine, pilings and subaqueous conditions. So sometimes when the permit gets applied for, it's the owner. Sometimes it's a contractor for the owner. The developer rarely applies for building permits for docks, because they're sort of like decks to some degree, or patios. There's kind of a personal preference on the part of the owner for what they may or may not want to do there. But yes, some developers do
Some do.
build.
Common areas and things like that.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Goodwin, you're exactly correct. So in the case of a common area, the developer may be the builder of a boathouse. Sometimes in the case of a common area, the developer comes up with the plan and tells the HOA or the POA, this is our plan and this is approvable. We've done all the work for you, but we don't want to own it. We don't want to pay for it. When you want to build it because 51% of the lots have been sold and you want to pay for it yourselves, then you can go build your boathouse. So it's varying scenarios.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Goodwin.
I know this is off the reservation, but it has bothered me for a long time, and I've brought it up several times in the last 5 years. It has to do with law enforcement on the lake, not shoreline stuff. By state code, wildlife management is supposed to have law enforcement on that lake, and yet they're almost never out there, unless it's duck season or something like that.
Right.
And so what we've done in the county is we've just kind of assumed that responsibility, and we're funding the sheriff's department to do this. Number one, do we have any letter of agreement with the state as we've gotten into that business? And number two, is it fair to the citizens to pay their taxes to the state to do a job that they're not doing it, and then turn around and pay it to the county to do the jobs they're not supposed to do? And that has really bothered me over 5 years.
Mr. Goodwin, I'll try to get an answer to the question in two parts. So the
I know
first,
it has nothing to do with
yeah,
shoreline stuff.
it is a little out related to this amendment,
Right.
but I mean, to the first question, we probably have concurrent jurisdiction, which means that we have agreed, just like the state and a federal entity can agree on both the federal agent and the state or the local government can have concurrent jurisdiction. I would imagine we have a concurrent jurisdiction agreement. I can't say that for a fact.
It's like the highways.
That's right. That's right. I know there are 30 officers that are badged and work on Lake Anna.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm aware of a number. I don't know what I do not know what their patrol schedules are and staffing and all that. But, and then I'm sorry. And then the second part of your question. So number one was jurisdiction, and number two, why are we out there at all? Is that right?
Well,
And paying for
why
it?
are we the only ones out there when we're sending money to Richmond for them to do the job that state code says is theirs? It's their responsibility. They lead, and they're never out there.
Well, I have frequented the lake and also saw Spotsy out there. But the bigger comment that I have is, since Dominion owns the lake, then why does the sheriff's department have any jurisdiction? Because that's considered private property. And if,
Actually not. If you look in the state code, look up a definition of navigable waters. That's called waters of the U.S.
yeah, but that's a man-made, not a natural.
Doesn't make any difference. If it's navigable, it is under the definitions of waters of the U.S.
Okay.
It's where those waters meet the land that we're talking about tonight. And I got off the reservation, but.
Yeah, I know, and I decided to step right off the reservation with you since you opened that
But
door.
it has bothered me for a long time, because it's like double indemnity on the taxpayers in this county.
Yes, sir. I can ask exactly what agreement we have. I'm pretty sure we have a concurrent jurisdiction agreement.
Okay, sorry to get you diverted.
No, that's fine.
I didn't hear exactly what George was saying, but I heard him say something about the state. That means the state, I'm really getting confused here, because apparently I was thinking Dominion had rule over the county. Now the state's got rule over Dominion.
I was talking about law enforcement on the lake, not the shoreline.
Okay.
They're supposed to have superiority, just like state troopers have got it on the roadways. They're never there. And so we end up paying the sheriff's department to do the job that they're getting tax money for and not doing.
Okay.
And that has aggravated me ever since the idea first got in my head.
Well, that may be an issue that the Board of Supervisors should take up.
Tommy?
During the budget, I agree with you. I think it's a good point. I was just in a seminar in Virginia Beach, and I had occasion to look it up, but the North Anna, even though you can float boat traffic on it, North Anna from below Route 1 is non-navigable. It's not listed as a navigable waterway. Granted, you can put 50 boats beside one another and run up and down that lake, but it's not shown on the list.
Not included in the waters of the U.S.
Yeah,
See, he called you out. I wasn't calling you out. I just said, oh, I'm gonna have to go check that because I want to say
No.
something.
and the only reason in it, sound like something singing.
It is.
Your
South
phone,
Anna is
sir.
considered navigable, and they've got public ramps coming off of 33 down at Bottoms Bridge
I just know it's not listed in North Anna until you get below Route 1.
on the North Anna. Okay.
Yeah, and that's what goes through it. It's not listed as a navigable waterway.
Waters of the U.S.
Thank you.
That's
Okay.
a tongue twister.
Thank you.
All right.
But, I mean, I'm not sure, it's a good question to ask, and now that we're in this budget cycle, and like he just mentioned, we got 30 officers over there, which the demand for is the reason they're over there is because everybody's demanding the policing of the lake. But it would be interesting to find out whose responsibility that's supposed to be. And
In the code, it used to be Game and Inland Fisheries. They changed the name. Now it's Wildlife Management.
right, but that may have something to do to why they're not out there. But you know, they still look like to me they ought to be doing it, especially the fishing part of it. And I think they do. My brother, he bought a boat and he fishes out there, and I think he gets checked. As a matter of fact, I think he got ticketed for out of date life preserver, not 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I can tell you, I'm not a big fisherman. In fact, I don't fish at all. And I'm not on the lake a lot. But when I have gone out there, I have on occasion seen the Spotsy guys. I've seen our guys, of course, who are numerous. And I've also seen the state wildlife folks doing their thing from time to time. How often, I couldn't tell
All
you.
right. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I do want to bring it back, though, to shoreline standards here, design standards, and what we're going to do with this. So, Mr. Gillespie, I appreciate the effort put in on this. It's close to the mark, but I can work with it. Typically, what I've seen when you do a mapping like this is every requirement on one side points either to the similar or near requirement on the other side specifically, or it says no requirement given. And I can work with that through the gaps in here. It took a little bit of looking around to find it, so it's just a little more work. But it does appear that there's a lot that Dominion doesn't have anything to say about
Correct.
in what's going on here. So the question, and the item under structures, item 3, on page 32, it goes from 32 to 33, item 3 structures, that actually there is a Dominion section that's not included. So a lot of that is repeated in the Dominion section. But I guess the only question left,
Mr. Josue, if I can help with that, because you were correct. So that, on packet page 30,
page 32,
on packet page 30,
packet page 30, yeah.
yep. See number 2, structures, district uses, A and B, or district
do.
use. And that's it.
Well,
So
that doesn't match what's given back here in your packet page 5, where you have structures, district uses, ag, residential, commercial, common areas, resort and development and planned. And those sections align directly with the sections on page 32 and 33 that you have no information given for. And that's
thank you.
talking about.
Thank you. That is an error. Thank you.
Yeah, that's just, so it was, it's, but again, I mean, I can work with it the way it's given. But I've been trying to figure out what we're really giving up by taking this out, whether we're giving up anything at all. That was the whole purpose of the request for the mapping, so you can see exactly what is being taken out that has no pointer over in the Dominion. So if we take it out, it's gone forever. That was my whole purpose in looking at that. And I'll say some of the things I don't think are significant requirements. Some of them, they do seem to be a little bit of a question. I mean, on packet page 30, we track with Dominion on water access entrances and travelways the 30-foot width till the cove reaches a width of 90 feet or less, and the 1/3 rule, we track with that. But then we have a statement, standard applies to all choke points leading to and within the cove. A choke point is a narrowing of the cove that boats navigate through. I'm not so much worried about the waiver at this point, but, you know, we're defining the terms here. There don't seem to be a definition on Dominion's side, so I'm not sure how they view choke points and whether we lose anything with that. And if we're doing, we have requirements about structures not protruding over the water. Seems like that's in our responsibility regardless. So that may not be an issue if it's not protruding over the water. I think we have responsibility for that in the normal process. And then I think the common areas were about the only other bits that it looked like we were taking out that was common areas and commercial areas that was not included with Dominion. Is that a fair assessment?
On the last one, yes. On the structures shall not protrude, I know where you're starting, and I think
Yeah.
that maps in Dominion to, because I think I missed that one. Let's see.
Dominion is
And it's-
talking about structures that protrude across the water,
Right.
and we're talking about, in item 3, structures shall not protrude into the water. Well, further than the following. But I guess that's really the tie right there.
Right, it's
Okay,
basically
yeah,
the
I got you.
1/3. Right.
I got you.
And it is stated, and you're right, I mean, and it's stated a little differently, and that's
Yeah,
also part
yeah.
of the,
Yep.
part of the confusion.
All right, so we're
And
really,
you have correctly keyed into the fact that Dominion does not define choke points,
yeah,
and it has become an issue in some points for
Yeah.
them. And again, the county's interest in safe navigation is that we have, people that don't have to go to the hospital because they're wrecking their boats on the lake.
absolutely.
But essentially, if no more than 1/3 of the distance and no more than 1/3 of the distance is preserved, then presumably there's going to be a 30-foot navigable channel wherever it may exist.
Yeah.
So, you kind of back into a 90-foot choke point. If it's less than 90 feet, then you have to modify according to the conditions.
So just to clarify,
Sure.
a homeowner's request for a pier and boathouse, because piers and boathouses don't have to, but sometimes they do. Piers particularly start on the land and end in the water.
Right.
So will we have any review at all of piers and boathouses if they start or have part of their structure on the land?
Essentially, we would have two potential points of connection. One would be if there's a upland or shoreline water quality measure that we need to be concerned with. So yes, in that regard. We're still going to issue, they still have to get a building permit from the county to construct a structure in the county.
Right.
We won't be double checking Dominion's math. We will not be doing the same thing that they've already done to get their use agreement.
So just to put it all on the table, what will a building inspector use as the basis for evaluating whether or not the structure is able to be signed off?
Okay, well, there are two parts to that.
Yes.
One is, I mean, there are more than two parts, but I'll start with the easy two parts. The first is locational.
All right.
And the
Yeah.
siting of the structure has become of great debate around the lake, that people will tell Dominion, this is where we're going to put it. Frankly, many of the plans are very sketchy, roughly to scale, and not precise.
Yeah.
We use that agreement and that sketch as the basis for a permit. As long as they give a dimension and understand that they're no closer than 15 feet to the property line or the extension line, no more than 30 feet, no more than 1/3 of the distance. If they say it's so, it's so. Now, we try to give people GIS maps, which again are maps, not surveys. We encourage them to use surveys when surveys are available. We encourage them to get surveys if surveys are of potential use. But at the end of the day, we do not require an engineered plan. We do not require a surveyed plan. We get a sketch plan. The quality of plan submission has increased over 4+ decades, I can tell you that. But once we issue a building permit, the building inspector is not checking for that siding. So if they move it 5 feet this way or 10 feet that way, we don't know. And there have been some comments from people around the lake who are in the development and building business that they really think it would be a good idea for Dominion, for their purposes, to know what actually got built. As far as they built according to the building plans, the location is not important to the county, because 5 feet this way or that way, as long as that pier starts at this point, runs to that distance, has these pilings, and has this assembly with those fasteners, that's what got permitted to be built. Again, 5 feet this way, 5 feet that way is not as important to us.
Understand, I think.
And the second part of it is, then they're also, then the building inspector is looking to make sure that all the assemblies are correct and the materials are good and the craftsmanship and the workmanship is correct. And if there are things like power, that those elements are all, made safe and built according to code.
Yeah, I was thinking more maybe in terms of the pier is sketched for a certain length and width and
Yep.
winds up being largely different, particularly in length across the water. I don't know.
We are not checking. It has not been our practice. I'm aware that there have been docks built outside of the locations they were shown to Dominion, and that Dominion has caught them after the fact and taken a chainsaw to them and modified the docks.
Okay, and I'm not sure that's something that would have been dealt with under the existing standards either. I'm just flowing through the process of how this goes.
Right.
How about for boathouses, and anything that would start on land and go out into the water? shall we
In
say?
terms of distance,
In terms of, I'm thinking jurisdiction. I mean, I would think if you are starting on land with any kind of structure, aside from a pier, that the county would have some say in at least part of that, some way, somehow. I don't know. I'm asking. I haven't built one here.
yeah. I mean, it's an accessory structure, so they would have the accessory structure setbacks, which on the sides, most people would not have an issue because they have to be 15 feet from the side anyway. So our accessory structure setback is probably 10 there, so they're going to be within the 15 foot that Dominion would allow. There's not really a setback issue from the lake for an accessory structure.
All right. Go ahead, Mr.
If I
Barlow.
understand this repeal correctly, the county's involvement is gonna stop at the byline.
At the wear line?
At the byline, where Dominion land starts. In other words,
High water line.
well, yeah, the byline's gonna be above that, above the 255. But the way I read this thing, and from what we've been talking about, the county's gonna go down to the byline to where Dominion land starts, and they stop. So you will be starting on land, but it's gonna be on Dominion's land.
That's more or less where I was trying to go with this, as to
No,
who
and-
has jurisdiction where.
I think with this repeal, we stop at the byline, is my understanding.
The board has directed that we do this because staff brought a situation to the board. The intent is not for us to muddy the water, as it were, related to jurisdiction. We would still have, there would still be an affirmative requirement for a zoning permit. It's just, we wouldn't have standards for a zoning permit other than our basic setbacks, the 10 feet instead of 15. So we wouldn't be looking at any of these standards for structures from zoning, but we would still have jurisdiction for the building standards. And so there's no intent to change that.
And not questioning that, I know
Yep.
that your building code is gonna rule on what is built. But what I'm saying, as far as setbacks and that type of thing, if we repeal our ordinance, shoreline ordinance, and Dominion starts, then Dominion, their guidelines, theirs starts at the byline. And so, the way I'm reading this thing, other than for the building code and actually building it, you may very well have a dock that starts out on the land.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Okay, so yeah, it's gonna transect the imaginary line. So there will be projects that are on land as structures, or begin on land in spring and go over the shoreline and shoreland area. Those would be essentially subject to the same accessory building setbacks as everything else that begins on land, to the point where it begins to go into the water. We'll just say it goes into the water. In both cases, it's still going to require a zoning permit, because they can't build, for example, you can't build an apartment building that starts on land and goes over the water. It's a use not permitted. You
It
can't
was
do it.
tried.
Yeah, I've
It was
heard,
tried.
I'm aware of the island, yes, yes.
And if I may,
Yeah, please.
that kind of leads into that my only concern with this before was that if somehow another floating islands don't come back.
Yeah.
And I think, and I just want to sort of confirm this, if you look at this second packet, the first one is oddly numbered from what's in our digital version. Second packet has the right page numbers. But on that one, on page 33 in the packet that's on the computer, which is this thicker packet, the way I'm reading this thing, it says structures shall not be used for human habitation, whether located over waters of Dominion or Dominion shorelines. It eliminates household furnishings, sinks, toilets, and all that stuff. So I would say by this, and this is Dominion's agreement,
Right.
that you would not be able to build something out over the lake that has any of these things, you know, for habitation or whatever. I also think it's they got a little, the paragraph at the bottom of that says, owners should be fully aware that Dominion's agreement is revocable and non-transferable to the new owner. So I'm just wondering what happens when you got a $300,000 boathouse built out over the water. Do they go back to Dominion and get another if the lot's sold? I think
I am,
I don't see how Dominion would enforce that.
yeah, I am not our county attorney, and even then, our county attorney probably would hesitate to give an opinion on Dominion's guidelines anyway. But I will say, I read that with interest myself. I had not read that before, and I was really curious how that works out over time. Not the revocability part of it, because I understand an agreement that's made that Dominion can revoke. If you sign that agreement, then that's your agreement. The non-transferable part to a new owner, I don't know. I'd be I don't own property at Lake Anna and with a lake house on it, and I would be very hesitant to enter an agreement that I couldn't transfer to a subsequent owner. But I don't know. I assume that's what their agreements say.
I think it's just like all of these lots that have been done around the lake and the boathouses and stuff. To me, that boat is sailed. I mean, Dominion has put themselves in a position. I can't imagine how they would all of a sudden decide, well, we want our shoreline clear, we want the water clear. That'll never happen.
Yeah.
That little caveat that they've got in there, maybe their attorneys have told them to put that in, but
The only thing I could think of is if they began having problems, I know they've had problems with some of the boathouses. They've had multiple trips to some of them to take the ovens and stoves out and
Put in
the
there.
sleeping arrangement. I mean, really, people were living in there. And I suppose at some point they could say, you know what, we're revoking the whole thing. And I suppose if it was a new owner that was causing the trouble, their attorneys might come in and say, oh, by the way, that was not transferable. You didn't realize that? Here it is. So, you know, this is how we're coming in and dealing with it. I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting
it is.
question. But the fortunate thing is, that's on Dominion's side. It's not something we got that we have to deal with taking out or leaving in.
And I think correct me if I'm wrong, Josh, but what has brought this all to a head and the county now wanting to say is, everybody, all of the subdivision plats have shown the use line down to the water's edge. Well, now, it's probably been 6 months ago now that I got involved in it, and they were trying to figure, well, these projections of that use line they're crisscross and then it's just not working. So we're sort of backing off of that. But Dominion's going to have a hard time delegating that. And I don't disagree with backing out of it. Like I say, I don't have none of my district is over on the lake anyway. But what I wanted to make sure of, my concern is that we don't end up with some sort of a floating island that none of us have thought about. And developers are good; they can come up with some stuff.
Well, and this is why I asked the question last month. What's the zoning of the lake, the land under the lake? Because if you're going to do that, it seems to me like properly it should be industrial because it's an industrial use. If that's the case, how do you build something residential in industrial without coming in for some kind of rezoning request? So if it's not ever been stated what it is, maybe it should be. And that way you have some control over that.
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's certainly it's different than anything else we got in the county. So
It is.
you could put a designation, on it,
Absolutely.
an H2O zone or something like that. And
Well, I think I brought it up on the map last time. That actually is what the 1969 map shows. It just says water. And so that's the designation. That is the designation on the 1969 map is water. The typical way to do it would be, you come to the center of the resource, whatever it is, and that's what the district is. Like, before prescriptive rights of way and before, acquired rights of way, the owners owned to the center of the road. And so the zoning district extended to the center of the road. If the road was ever abandoned, the district would go to that assumed middle point. And so if it were a river, and of course there's a river under the lake, but if it were a river, you would come to the center and that would be the extension of the district. Unfortunately, I don't have clear guidance from the county fathers from 1969 about what the intended district was for the lake, other than what's shown on the zoning map, which says water.
I'm guessing they never addressed it, but when Dominion bought all the land, they certainly zoned the soil on which they built. They got that as industrial zoning.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like, and they probably did nothing with all of the land they bought for the lake, nothing at all, because they were going to flood it, so it didn't matter to them anymore. But again, I think that might be the easiest way to deal with it, is to say the Dominion owned up to the byline, I guess you would do in this case, is a certain zoning we're going to declare, and that's that. And it, if you want to do anything aside from piers and boathouses, attached to property associated, then you have to come in for rezoning or a CUP, something like that, and that would pretty well stop everything from happening. I guess. I don't know. Mr. Goodwin?
Yeah, I got something that came up when we were meeting at the high school. Remember those meetings?
Yes.
And we had a cove, and you look under safe navigation, and it only deals with
Yes.
structures. We had a gaping hole. I don't think you were here then, Josh.
Nope.
We had a gaping hole in our ability to consider that because there is no guidance, instructions, or enforcement on over traffic on the lake. We had a developer,
Yep.
which comes into our purview,
Yeah.
that was going to put in, I can't remember, something like 19 lots,
It's more
And
than
a
that.
cove-
40, I think it was.
40, whatever. It was considerable for a cove that citizen after citizen said it just barely met the width requirements and you could walk across it in the summer. And we were trying to say, is this good public safety policy?
Right.
To put this many, whether they all had docks or they all used one dock, didn't make any difference. It's nothing. There's nothing. It's not in Dominion's plan. It is not in wildlife management. It is not in the sheriff's, and it's not in ours. Nothing. We could do nothing except address that it was a valid public interest issue that we could not stand on. And it's still not there.
That's right.
I don't know if you were at that meeting or not, Tommy. We were meeting in the,
No, I remember the meeting. I don't remember the specifics.
well, I can tell you who the developer was, but it's not pertinent.
No, I remember the meeting because you brought in the information from the state on that,
Right.
and or from some other large lakes. I can't remember. It was one or the other. It might have been Smith Mountain Lake. Yeah, and said, here's something we ought to consider.
I remember the meeting, y'all voted to wear pajamas that night.
Yeah,
We had to
anyway.
stay forever.
It was a
Yeah,
late night.
but I mean, the cove, the way they were explaining, the way we were looking at the map, hell, it wasn't hardly wider than this room by the time it got to that development. And they were talking about kids swimming off of docks and things, and I'm going, well, throw a couple of Budweisers in here, now you really got a mess.
Yeah,
But there is nothing.
that's right.
There's nothing. So I don't know if that's worth a future work session or maybe a discussion between the board and the planning commission, but it doesn't exist, Tommy.
I have a feeling that Dominion may very well be coming back to us because it is a mess. Trying to, and you know, the people around the lake are trying to decide where their peers can go and who has a right and this, that, and the other. And I told Christian, I said, look, our involvement only goes, no subdivision I've ever seen extends out into the water. It goes to the water line. The uses, that's all that's ever been assigned. And Dominion has been taking care of it. Now it's gotten to be this huge problem and people are coming to the county. And that's what's instigated this repeal. But I have a feeling Dominion is going to be, y'all do it. It may be coming back. That's a good question. Is Dominion aware of, were they, well, I know Sarah Marshall was there in the meetings when you all were talking about repealing this.
Yes.
And are they on board with accepting the responsibility of trying to figure out who has,
Well, so I can't speak for Mrs. Marshall, and I can't speak for Dominion Energy, of course, because they've not made an official position known. But I can say they're already in that boat because in first position, they always see everything for a residential development before we do. So, you know, we're going to know where the house that we permitted was built, or if it's been built a long time ago, where the existing house is, where somebody wants to build an overwater structure or structures. And so we'll have a little bit of awareness for it. But again, we do not review a plan for a permit until it has a use agreement signed and sent to us from Dominion. So, you know, and there are sometimes people that show up and they don't understand that process, but we, you know, very quickly say, you know, your documentation is missing the most important thing of all. We see your plan, we see your design scheme, we see that you've taken everything into account. That's great, but do you have the owner's permission, i.e. Dominion, to make application for this structure? Because if you don't, then it stops right there. And so I do know that on some projects, as the lake frontage gets tighter and more irregular, and the and the extension lines do not extend in a straight direction, which is the other issue that people are having around the coves. I know that the owners, the developers, have had you know, a difficult time getting what their neighbor has, because they are not first come. I mean, it is first come, first serve. They are not the first come to the resource, and so although there may be private restrictions on it in their covenants, There may have been a master plan in that subdivision that showed exactly where the developer thought they could or should go, or the designer had put them. By the time it gets down the road, they build whatever they can according to the rights that they have. And at some point, somebody is left with the lot that has the least amount of water frontage, the least amount of depth or draw, and the least, frankly, the least valuable lots are the ones that are, in many cases, the ones where people want to build now. And so it is a tangle. It's a, but that's what they bought, and they can build according to the rules.
This buyer beware.
It is. And again, we're always in second position, so we, if they,
So the,
But the problem,
so the
now,
county,
do you have any idea about who should or how should we look at trafficability of the decisions we're making on large-scale development over there?
when you say trafficability, you're
On
talking
the
about,
water. We do
Right.
do it on highways.
you're talking about,
How many boats can you put
oh,
into
a f-
an inlet?
well, there are,
Do they have to move?
Huh?
Do they have to move?
and I don't want to make too light of it either, but, the reality of it is the choke points, right? The 30, 30, 30, the 1/3 rule that gets you to the 30-foot navigation channel. There are also those distances from each of the docks. And so people have to have the ability to enter a dock from the loading side, right? You have to be able to get in and get out. So the direction of the loading has been approved over time where Dominion, because we don't control what's over the water on the setback, on the locations, Dominion has allowed variations for entrances from one direction and another direction, and then those docks are closer to each other because they have safe and clear navigation from one direction or the other. But at some point, if you're playing a puzzle piece, your piece is too large if the hole is too small. So there are people at the
But
end.
as I read these
Yep.
parameters, there's nothing to say whether one boat's gonna go down through that little channel or 50 boats. And that's a huge public safety difference.
Well, the assumption is that a 30-foot channel is a navigable channel for two directions of traffic.
For an indefinite number of boats.
This,
Again, I didn't want to make light of it, but I mean, if you've ever been to a crowded marina, Venice or somewhere like that, I mean, traffic makes its way. So,
I know the intercoastal waterway is
right.
a perfect example, but when we're approving large subdivision, I always look at that. That was the one that really came up.
Yeah.
Can you put that many boats in that cove?
Yeah.
Well, and the question I think for some of those people is, do they really have the ability to put in and out?
Yeah, there was a
No.
common boat ramp and a
Right.
boat parking area in there.
So how do you get to
So-
open water?
Yeah, so the good thing is we don't have to deal with that tonight, but yeah, that probably should be at least asked again to figure out what in the world
I just don't, if we're looking at,
we deal with it.
looking at this sort of stuff now, structures and things, it is part of it. To at
This-
least point out that something is missing.
this is on your agenda for
Asking us.
tonight, isn't it?
Pardon?
Isn't this on the agenda for tonight?
It is.
That's what,
I mean, are you asking us to identify coves that are particularly constrained because of the narrowness and the shallowness?
I'm pretty sure there are.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm
I
asking
think
you. Are
it-
you?
I think the one, John is right, Smith Mountain Lake is they consider it when they make development decisions, because that, like this, is a self-contained lake.
Right.
And they want to control how many boats are on that lake. And they do that by applying some equation. I brought it that night. I
Yeah.
could probably still Google it.
I think I still have
To
it at
how many
home.
boats that they would allocate to each lot. I mean, it wasn't a one-for-one, but there was a number in there. And they had set some sort of maximum limit of what they want on that lake.
doesn't,
And it applied to the land development applications around the lake.
the shoreline ordinance that we currently have, and I'm assuming it's in Dominions too, I didn't specifically see it, but don't we have in our shoreline, the piers that can go out is What you can build is based on their footage of shoreline that you have.
And how far they can go out.
Yeah.
And the 1/3 rule and all of that, but it doesn't account for how many are going down that channel.
So I can tell you in aviation, we can hire engineering firms that can take our airports, big and small, and calculate exactly how many aircraft you can safely park given the area and how much the output and input is when the weather's great and when the weather's bad. And that's how we limit the amount of traffic. And any of you that have flown and the captain says, we're on an ATC hold, it's because the pipeline somewhere has got a major storm and there's only so much airspace. And I just can't believe that waterways, whether it's, the auxiliary or a firm that deals with, we can't do a study and we know how much space, how big the lake is and can do some mathematics and at least get us a ballpark. But if you go down that slippery slope, then it becomes, well, what's the limit and why does John get 7 boats because he's been here forever and I'm new and
Because he's grandfathered. You can't,
well, I know, but I'm just saying that when you start doing that, it creates other issues.
The-
the only reason I bring it up tonight is because if we put this at the byline, that is something on the other side of the byline that affects our decisions on the upside of the byline, and there ain't nothing filling the gap on what we can base it on. And that's missing in this document.
I think it's missing now.
That's what I say, it's missing
It's missing.
on both sides.
Yeah.
Because we asked the attorney that night, nope, there's
So-
nothing. Not state code, no nothing.
So-
But Smith Mountain Lake, which is run by Appalachian Power, they got it.
I think it was a county item. I'm not sure it was the.
County?
I think it might have been the county.
Yeah.
But regardless, I think what I don't want to lose the issue, but I don't want to tie the issue too much together because we don't have enough information in front of us to tie it in
Right.
and have the answer. I mean, we do have the question in front of us. What do we do with removing the sections identified tonight?
I get it.
So
I get it.
so we can take care of that issue.
Yeah, I glommed
And-
onto it because
but
our
we can-
question
we
was,
should-
is anything
Yeah.
missing
Yeah.
in our interest?
And
It's
Mr.
missing, and it's missing on both sides of the sheet.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
and Mr. Chairman, just another point of order. We have a pretty vibrant seaplane community.
Yep.
So when
Thought
you
about
start
it.
getting the airplanes coming in
Yeah.
there, and I fly some of those airplanes, and there are times we can't land because it's just that crowded.
Sure.
And other times you either go first thing in the morning or late at night. And when they notice you, they do part and most of the boats stop. But, when there's a lot in there, there's a certain wavelength
Yep.
that you don't want to
Yep.
be landing if you got 2-3 foot waves because I'm not taking back
I
off.
thought about that, but when you brought it up, now something else has come to.
Yep.
Are any of the parameters in Dominion or ours specific to airplane?
There isn't, no.
No.
It's just a dock.
Yeah, and there's actually, I know of 1 or 2 people that actually have their airplanes at their house on the lake.
Boy.
So,
They can't use them much, can they?
well, no, they do, and around the May time period is when we have a big fly-in for those of you that are there. But again, we enjoy sharing the lake with the boaters, but sometimes we're not very good advocates to get out to people to let them know that, hey, these guys and gals are flying into the water, and, maybe, I noticed Lake Anna Association is here, maybe that's a discussion that I should have as an airport manager with them, just so that if there's certain areas that they would prefer us not landing into, And so, again, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying there's a problem, but once you do a study where there's only so much room, and now all of a sudden, it talks about boats, and all of a sudden you have these seaplanes come in, now they've overloaded that particular area,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, and I expect that 30-foot, based on the 1/3, is based on boat width, not wing width.
I'm sure, but I'm not sure you're gonna be trying to fly in and out of a small cove either.
I'm going to
So-
say,
Taxi into it.
yeah.
I understand you have to, you have to consider that, yeah.
Yeah, it's-
Wings up.
To me, I don't want to bring it up tonight and cloud the issue, but I do want to bring it up as something, so we don't lose track of it. We lost track of it after that last
We did.
meeting,
We did.
and we haven't done a thing with it.
Well, if we repeal this thing, it'll be Dominion, they can handle that too.
Yeah, but you're making the decision on the subdivision, is what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So what I want to do now is I want to bring it back to what we've got going on for tonight. Yes,
I'm
Mr.
good.
Goodwin, no, I don't want to lose it. I appreciate that. We'll see how to pick that up and talk further about it, and see if we can get something going with it
I
again.
promise I will go
It-
back and see if I can find that
Thank you.
document that I pulled up on Smith Mountain Lake.
I will too. I think I still may have it at home as well.
Okay.
So,
If I find it, I'll get it to you, Josh.
Okay, I'll look
'Cause
for
I
it while
believe
we're
you-
on break.
I believe you handed it to me, and said, you're going to need this since you didn't have anything at the lake at the time.
That's right.
But anyway, so are there any further questions on what we have to deal with tonight in
Back
these?
to the shoreline, I have a
to-
question,
Mr. Weaver,
have had a question. County is going to expect the inspectors to be able to know all of this stuff, whether we throw it in or throw it out. They're gonna be the ones that are gonna be responsible, they're gonna have the expertise to explain this to people, to the owners, the developers. Who's gonna represent the county when it comes time to do that? I mean, we can do all this we want, but if we don't have somebody it's just like enforcing the junk rule in the county. Who's enforcing it?
nobody.
Yeah,
Who's gonna enforce this?
Yeah, so on the land side, as long as the zoning requirements are in place, they're going to be enforced either through a plan approval or a permit approval process. So if someone from the byline, upland, brings in a project, then we will review a plan and issue a permit. So that's part of what we do all the time. We educate and inform people about what the standards of the community are. On the water side, from what an overwater structure, if these provisions that we currently have in place are removed, and Louisa County no longer has any involvement in the review of plans and discussing those plans with people, what we'll say is, do you have your use agreement from Dominion? Thank you. Here's your building permit. So
Sure.
we'll review it, but not for any detail because it's not our code to enforce.
Yep.
Mr. Goodwin,
One last question, Josh. Are you confident, or can you tell us that you will keep your eye on this, at least for the near future? So if we do find out we've thrown out a baby or two with the bathwater, then we can get back on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I would think about a good reporting interval, maybe 3, 6, 12 months from now. We kind of do a look back and see what has come through.
Excellent. I would assume the board would
yeah.
want that too.
Yeah,
When you're trying out something,
yeah.
I think fairly a major change, I would not walk away from it and just feel confident, well, we got it right the first time. So I just suggest it.
Sure.
I mean, to me, that sounds like no different than if we're having building done in the town of Louisa or the town of Monroe, they get a piece of paper from us, and then that lets them know that as far as our code is being met, and then they add whatever the county requires and issues the building permit, so.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Mayor. So that's a great example. So in those cases, Louisa County has no authority over land use in the towns of Louisa and Mineral. We do look at the site plans to make sure that although they may approve a site plan, that it has the erosion and sediment control details that it has to have, because we do have that authority inside the towns.
Yep.
But it's the same situation. We're not reviewing someone else's regulations.
Mr. Chairman, sort of a follow-up
Dixon.
question.
Yes.
So, assuming we recommend to the board that this be adopted and the board adopts it unanimously and we move forward, what happens in 2028, 2030 when Dominion decides they're going to do away with some of these regulations that they're now enforcing and the county has nothing in their code for it? Are we going to be tracking what Dominion's doing so we can add something back in, or?
It's a great question, and it's to Mr. Goodwin's question too about, will we be monitoring, tracking, how formal will that be versus how ear to the ground in the community it would be? A boathouse is an accessory structure. A pier is an accessory structure. When people with agricultural and residential properties in the county build accessory structures, whether it's garages, sheds, workshops, whatever it may be, there are no requirements or regulations or restrictions on size, placement, et cetera, other than the zoning restrictions on setbacks. So it's sort of a similar situation, whether it's a large boathouse or a large pier or a short pier or a long pier. There are some building code requirements about safe travel on the decking and docking as well. There's some codes that apply, but we would not have an interest, because essentially there's not a zoning code in place that would relate to those structures, those accessory structures.
I assume Dominion knows this is coming.
Yeah, again, as I said, Mrs. Marshall has attended some meetings, representative for Dominion. They've not made an official statement. I expect people have asked Dominion or asked her specifically for some kind of thoughts, but no, there's no official comment on it.
Okay.
So some of these docks that have been built down there, you're saying Dominion could come back in and say, hey, get those out of here.
Yeah, they have, yes.
You don't have one, do you?
Dominion
I don't have
giveth,
anything here now.
and Dominion giveth, and Dominion taketh away.
They might do that on occasion if somebody has not built it properly to what they've been it to, but
Let-
if they start coming in and wholesale telling you, no, we don't want these things, I got a feeling they're gonna have a real hard time
They would.
backing off of what they have allowed.
Well, I think the big situation where I could see that happening, even though they have water minimums, if the water was to go down and somebody wanted to try to lengthen their dock to get into deeper water, Dominion could say, hey,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's addressed in the redesign section here. You gotta start all over.
Yeah, I think probably the only reason Dominion would really come in and do anything significant is if it had an effect on operation of the power plant, which I can't see too many things happening from piers that would.
yeah.
But, yeah.
You have people, I think, concerned and worried about what's going on with this, so, because we're starting to get requests for when you're doing physical surveys out there, to now they want to locate what's over the water, the boats, the piers, because what they want is, they want to document what's theirs, and if they have to rebuild it, they can go back out there and say, well, this is what we've had. So we're starting to see that, and so I think people are worried that something's going to change, and they want to be able to document what they got.
So is Orange County and Spotsylvania County, are they doing the same thing Louisa's doing right now?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. So I think that was introduced at your last meeting, that Louisa County is the only county doing this. Spotsylvania County, Orange County do not do this. And again, my understanding of the origin of it is the development on this side of the lake, particularly the residential development, is unlike what has happened on the other counties. And so because of some of the concentration of people and travelers with boats. The idea in 2005 was that the Dominion regulations needed to have reinforcement from the county. And it wasn't so much that, people were looking for county regulations to be more stringent, but there were some unique things put in related to boating safety for the alcohol signage and the boating regulations. And there were some things that were put in related to landside development, again, common areas. But for the most part, it was to have that check that someone with essentially the planning and zoning division, but the zoning permit reviewer was looking at the same things that Dominion was looking at, and then making sure that 1/3 the distance, no more than 150 feet, based on the calculation of the linear shoreline, would equate to exactly the same thing as what the standards called for. But no, Dominion and Spotsylvania do not do this, no.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Gillespie?
Statement.
Statement?
Thank you. You answered the question.
Thank you.
Sure,
You answered the question. I appreciate it.
sure, thanks.
Very good. Then what I'm going to do, since that concludes the business for the work session, is I'm going to end the work session now, and we'll reconvene at 7 o'clock for the regular meeting. Work session's in.
Sounds good.
Well done.
Yes. Done, whether it's well done.
We won't turn it all over to the men.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
I didn't know if you were charging this way.
I got business ain't gonna work.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think it is either. I told Tony, I said, he wanted to know my opinion. I said, you don't want to know my opinion. I said, I'm thinking from the old people's standpoint, I don't think it's gonna work.
Smashing somebody
When I first thought about it, anytime we get rid of the daggone ordinance and tell people what they can do, I'm all for it. But in this case, I know that we put it in place.
Not coming, you guys have
Who I
these.
went to school with is over. And George was going, why, I want to put a PR,
Well, you
This
gotta
was supposed to be the
have-
monster
in this
month, because
setting,
everything got deferred
down
to
there, you gotta
February.
have structure.
And it looks like it got deferred again.
It's getting worse.
I looked at it and said, well, we ought to be out here early
What
than
they have
that.
been using
I never think that.
is
I
subdivision.
mean, I don't think we got any issue with this. I don't think there's gonna be a
Yeah,
lot
next month might be
of
a
public
little
input on this, and it's usually not public input on the CIP. We've already heard that 3 times, tonight will be the 3rd time, so.
To see where they.
We ain't in and out of here.
Build a pit. The problem is they have so many of these lots of development up in the coast. We can't
Association,
protect them.
and just
Because
because,
they cross
I don't want him going back
So
and
it's
throwing
not
a
working.
grenade.
Christian,
and
John
not-
Carroll, he
Exactly.
big guy
Because
said nothing.
you thought,
And Christian came
board of
back to the office
supervisors
and
meeting that he just had
He laid
on
it out.
Sunday on that cement factory. We
I
got
told him, I said,
68
he was saying that
come up.
we did
None of
something.
them said yes. They loved it.
Noticed that.
And I said, no,
Yeah.
you didn't.
I was following Tammy's reports. I had Tammy on my phone, I had some work I was doing on my laptop,
And it's been up
and I was trying to watch a movie with my wife, and she said, "You're ignoring me, aren't you?" And I said, "Yes, ma'am."
Dominion.
I was
They just
in
been,
there
when
watching
you
it.
get down here and that's got red trash.
That's all I was trying to
It's not
Especially because we said, no, we
And
weren't
the
going.
people that go squabbling with one another. And that's the reason I
Yeah, I
said,
had 2 people in my
Now,
house
I
that
got
wanted
one
to talk
to do
about
in
the
the
cement
morning.
plant last night. I was
put him over
like,
on
"Kinda
the
late."
lake and locate everything he's got out there because he's afraid if he has
Right.
to rebuild his dock, he might not get it back.
Yeah.
You know?
Now, does grandfather Claus sit in on some of that
Well,
stuff?
if he's got it approved,
I mean, if the county and Dominion have approved it once,
yeah.
Is it
But
always
here's the
approved?
problem. Dominion would approve it, just a paper bag sketch.
I've worked around lakes and rivers. and
But you
oceans
have
before.
nothing to prove where it was actually at. If it gets towed down, or you got a big deal. So now people are starting to want you to locate it so that you can put it back exactly where, you can prove where it was.
but you still gotta get a permit according to what we did with Valerie.
So yeah, if you go back to rebuild it, you gotta get
Can't rebuild them because of the,
you gotta get a permit to replace it, you're right.
grandfather.
Right. But if you got something that proves where it was, you know, then I don't see how they could say, no, you can't rebuild what you had. They could, I reckon, but I got a feeling you could talk about people over on that Lake Squawk.
Yeah, I expect the court would step in on that.
Yeah, and what's gonna happen is, a lot of those people,
That's right. We're gonna,
wealthy people, and they got enough sense that, well, you know, don't y'all just think it's gonna affect me, it's gonna affect all of y'all.
Oh, yeah.
So the next thing you know, they all stick together.
It's like a weekend browse. It doesn't just affect the lake, it affects everybody in the county.
You know what they've started now doing? All of these subdivisions, that cars that they were asking for restriction. Now they're going back and amending their
I have the
bylaws.
gist of it. I just,
Yeah, to not allow it.
for her as well, it just kinda kept.
We
You knew
just,
something was gonna happen.
well, I did. I don't think it's over with yet. It's coming back. When them things get to fighting and squabbling over there.
I tell you what, we're gonna have trouble with, we wait and see, we won't be here to see it, is these, when they have to destruct or destroy these solar farms.
Oh, yeah. You're
That's
right.
gonna be a real problem.
Yeah, I think these solar farms, unless right now in the General Assembly, they're trying to push through that's green energy and take it out of our hands.
That's what I was asking. Can the state overrule everybody?
Oh, yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
damn right. They can.
We could put ordinances in and they say,
They
the Commonwealth Attorney could look at it, oh no, you can't do that.
Yeah, we are a subsidiary of the state, so if they pass a law that you can't restrict them,
The only way you can get out of that is not receive state funds.
To talk about what was the vote.
that would be the start. But I guess if it really came down to it, they'd say, hell no, this is the state of Virginia law.
Exactly.
I love the theory behind it, and that's where I was like,
Each setting of the house.
They'd probably still come back and say you're gonna do it.
PWR.
What's gonna happen with the presidency? Will we get anything changed to help
I
us
think
out?
there are people in the state
I
I think the
thought,
mafia's gonna put him back in.
wherever they've done no move.
but, yeah.
Put him in last time.
Yeah.
well, they might, but, you know, keep telling women what they can't do.
What I want Tom.
And they're bringing these floods of immigrants in, and they're making it so they can vote in no time. Who you think, and all these people are getting handouts, who you think are gonna vote for?
Well, sure. Who let me come in here?
That's exactly right. And who gives me money
Yeah,
to get started on?
unbelievable.
Right,
All right, brother.
right, yeah.
Good. Looking forward to next Wednesday.
Likewise.
How are you?
Hi, great, how are you?
Doing better.
Good, good.
They can.
Yeah, I do need to come out there with that.
Wednesday or something.
I'm going with him to Orange to meet up with somebody.
Oh, is that the one you're scheduling? Yeah.
Don't let Si lead you astray.
I will not let Cy leave me
He's been
astray.
right wild in his younger days.
Did you order me a new name tag? Is that why you don't have one?
No,
Like the
but
Honorable
I
Edwin
can.
Jarvis, or?
Oh, you like the honorable? You
Well,
like
that's legally the
I
official title.
that? I know you are.
I was in the Senate in the House of Delegates all day today.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, and even the airport group that I'm with, I'm the only airport manager in Virginia who's also a mayor figure. But, yeah, they even had it right,
Excellent.
yeah, and I was like,
They gonna come up in here black robe and everything.
yeah, well, somebody, it's funny you should say, somebody said, are you a judge?
That's funny.
And I said, no.
Nope.
I said, I think that says mayor.
But you said, no, I'm above that.
That's right.
That's an insult.
Yeah.
Those folks are non-executive, come on now.
So I saw McGuire and I saw Reeves and, even Garrett and the one new guy is our new senator that just owns a little bit.
Deeds, right?
Deeds.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, 'cause the only Democrat in our neighborhood.
Yep.
But he was very gracious and stuff. He was just getting over influenza.
Well, I tell you, I had flu in
Yeah.
December. It was the first time I had had it, and it must have been 20 years. And it was just a weird year. My kids entered school. My son was sick like the last week or two before school started, and never quite got that figured out. And my daughter started getting sick, and then it took forever to kind of figure it out. So there was all the RSV kind of things floating around. And we normally go and get our
I had all that stuff down there.
yeah. Well, we normally go and get our flu shots as a family in September or October. And we kept trying to figure out what's going on with our kids, like what's going on? Do you have the flu? You don't have the flu? So we held off on theirs. And this year we were going to get the combined flu and COVID shots. And then the COVID shots are harder to get now because they're in shorter supply. So you have to make appointments where before it's pretty easy. So anyway, I was getting it in November and I'm like, man, I've got to get a COVID shot, and like flu shots overdue too. And then I had this first week in December. And it was, thankfully, it was a Saturday where I did not feel well and just kind of tired. And then I went to sleep on Saturday night and I told everybody, I slept separate from my wife, and I told everybody on Sunday morning, I'm like, if I wake up feeling the way I do, I'm going to go to the doctor. And I went in and I thought, I probably got COVID because I didn't get a shot, And it was a flu diagnosis. I'm like, oh my God, really? I haven't had flu for a long time. And it's been a weird catch up because I had 3 or 4 days of that, and it wasn't as bad as the one time I've had COVID, but it was exhausting, tiring. And then we hit the weird holidays this year. The placement of the days for Christmas was midweek, and it's kind of made everything weird. So strange month.
I'm very religious about getting those shots, just because of my immune system, and I hate being sick.
Yep.
I'm going to be honest, I am an SOB if I'm sick. So I try to get enough rest, and I got all 3 of them. I got 2 shots one day, and the next day I came back and got the RSV.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, and I got that back in August.
Okay.
Because they said, it'll take about 2-3 weeks, and
Well, the other weird thing for us with COVID was we weren't in the plus 60 age group that was going to get that was eligible for the booster, and we kept waiting. Like, when are they going to tell us that we're in the next booster level? And so it wasn't through the summer, and then in September we were still kind of waiting, and then we were just occupied with our kids. And so I'll tell you right now, I don't lose a lot of sleep over it, but I need to get a COVID booster because
I'm waiting on the next version. I've already had 6 of them, and my sister's like, I'm not going to get that. Thinks there's some, and I'm like, that's bullshit.
So we're a 1.5 years out now, I think, because we had ours.
Oh yeah, you probably need to think about rolling and get that.
Maybe it's just a year.
Once you get it, it's going to be at least 10 days before.
Yep.
And of course, you're not as old as some of us, so you can put up with some of that stuff a little better than some of
I
us.
can tell you, it was.
Yeah.
We got it when people weren't dying as badly. We got it in March of 22.
Yeah.
We called it the wave. It was April of 22.
Yeah.
It was about a month and a half after I started here. We called it the wave of the abundantly cautious because we had done everything to that point. Masking, distance, and everything.
Yep.
And
I agree.
and we were current on boosters and everything.
Yeah.
And when I had it, it was 3 days of like, wow.
I agree. back home or chickens in, you know, it doesn't matter how well you prepare, you always get the questions. I ain't ready. But normally, it ain't gonna work for them. They don't feed you anything, so they gotta keep the dogs and a lot of times prepare and think about. You know, so you wind up a lot better prepared than you really need to be, but they used to do visions for the high rock, just expecting to be on that field.
Sir, thank you for coming tonight.
Mr. Goodwin, I'm happy to be here. How are you?
You know my name?
Yeah, I'm John Wayne. I'm the land use chairman for the Lake Anna Civic Association. That's why I had pointed at you a
Did
little
you hear
while.
anything worthwhile?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we kind of bantered this around a bit, and so I really just wanted to hear more about what the thinking was, number one, and then two, kind of what the safety net is. You know, and you kind of asked the question of, what if this goes bad, you know, or will we be able to recover?
Monitor it.
Right.
Oh, yeah, we can always put a new ordinance back in.
Because, you know, as was pointed out several times, what Dominion uses over people are their rules that are corporately created, right? And are enforced through agreement, right? And that's a little different than an ordinance that is law that, you know, with the county having enforcement ability, right? And so we're concerned a bit about that and you know, and the ability of Dominion with a stroke of a pen, you know, to change it, right? I mean, it's a 28-foot limit now with a peaked roof, but what happens if Dominion decides that it's 45, right? And that's not going to people who are super happy with not only 28.
So I would think that they would have to go through some sort of a condemnation trial or eminent domain, because they have approved that, and that's your property.
Well, yeah, no,
So
I'm
they would
talking
have
about,
to pay to buy it back if they materially changed that structure and reduced its value. And
well,
that's eminent domain.
well, no, not in the over the water structure.
If they've approved it, you built it, it's your property.
Yeah, but you heard in the agreement that they can take it back whenever they want. So, you know,
I think they
but
gotta
the
have
issue,
good
the
reason.
issue is not so much what they could do to people who have already built, because I don't think they're gonna do that, to be honest. The issue is, you know, a guy builds, you know, a lot of the property that's open on the lake, there are big expanses of property open on the lake, and then there are these one-off lots, you
Right.
know, in subdivisions that for whatever reason weren't built on. I built on one, you know, 7 years ago, 6 years ago, that was in a subdivision where most of the waterfront was built on, and it was a beautiful lot. But I was able to buy it because Jeff Garnett had it. And he had been sitting on it.
Right.
Because I think it was part of his deal. I think he did the subdivision paperwork for the subdivision that came in lots.
Okay.
So he sold them over the years, right? This is the last one he had. Well, I put a boathouse in that, you know, I did the thing with Dominion, I did the thing down here, and had somebody build a boathouse for me.
Did you find there was any difference in the requirements?
No,
Okay.
no.
I
Well,
think
I'll
we
tell
could-
you this about that. Tom is stricter and better. He does a better review by far than me. And that's also part of our concern, right? You know, that position changes over, you know, the first time I ever had one built on the lake was Georgia Connell.
Right.
Then it was,
Ages.
then it was Perry, and now it's Debbie Payne, right? And to be honest, George was very good. He kind of represented me back in 1996 when I built my first garage. No, and that was worse in my estimation. So that's another concern, right? So we just want to make sure that, but back to my point, if I had gone to the movie and they changed the rules and I could have built a 2-story covered 40-foot boat house, you know, I wouldn't have, because my wife would say that's everybody else's, right? But someone would.
Yeah.
And then what about the people who live next door to him now? You know, what's their rule? Right? They don't have it, because they need to change the rules. So that's the
Let me ask you
concern.
this. Can you address it through your POAs and HOAs and say, I don't care what dominion, these are our rules?
Yeah, I guess we could. I mean, I think most POAs or HOAs would have to change their covenants in order to do that.
Yeah.
Because they don't exist. You know, I know in ours, we use a set of design standards, and the set of design standards for a boathouse in our neighborhood pretty much is, it needs to look as, it needs to resemble the material and the look of your house.
Right.
I mean, that's kind of it, right?
Right.
Because we know that the county's doing, you know, all of the other structural stuff, building stuff.
I just
And
think.
we don't get into size because that's pretty much.
You talk about the other guy. The other guy is typically somebody who's already there.
Sure.
And he's got an established footprint.
Right.
It's the empty lot who's not voted, so you don't really have any options.
That's right.
So if you were to change the HOA, you could freaking do it.
Well, that's true. You probably could.
Think about
You
it.
probably could.
There's no opposition, it's an empty
Right.
lot.
Right. Yeah.
Except for maybe who owns it.
Were you around back when the floating island? Remember that? Yeah. Well, the issue was.
Oh, wait a minute, they were gonna put a,
They want to build houses out on the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, I do remember
So,
that now.
and you know what's happening now is boat houses. There's some guy who's over responsibility of your stuff's good. He, you know, it's kind of odd. He saw these 2 little piers. Not very big, you know, identical. You know, they coming out into the water. And so, you're like, that's kind of, what are they doing there? So why are they putting a different farmland? So everybody just kind of wondering what was going on. Well, about 2 months ago, I don't know where it came from, or where it was put in, but a 72-foot houseboat got pushed up against those 2 piers. And there's no house on the property. Now there's a 72-foot houseboat. So, you know, we've been, I asked that.
There was one sitting down there next to the door.
Yeah.
I saw that.
There are a couple of them over, I think Lake Ann Marina has a couple that they rent, you know, they're connected. But, so we've asked the question, what house is established? You know, Dominions lack of, you know, not wanting people to build houses or living quarters, structures over the water, right?
But they got addressed
And,
about us.
well, so far it doesn't says, it's not hooked up to power, and it's not, we've been down there and checked it, it's not hooked up to power, it's not hooked up to. It's going, I mean, come on.
There's gotta be a pump out station
Right,
somewhere.
exactly, so,
Oh.
so anyway, you know,
But I
there's
do-
always something going on.
I do thank you for coming out tonight.
Sure, yeah,
I
yeah.
appreciate your input.
Sure.
Are you gonna speak to us?
I probably will, yeah.
Good,
Yeah, I
good.
probably
Nice to talk with you.
will. Talk to you.
Good evening. How are you? Doing well, thank you.
It's good to be back.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for coming. You're just in town to grab a bite before the meeting starts.
Already filled up on dinner, thankfully.
You sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Cuban paninis tonight. They're pretty tasty.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Better than the fried chicken last time.
It
Well,
was
they may have been
much
for the
better.
board last time I was here. Oh, man. You expecting a long night tonight? Good.
Already? It's just kind of...
Keeps going.
Yeah, I try to catch a break just so I can get out and
Right.
go for lunch during meeting days,
Yeah.
but it
I know, because there's so much to be done right before you get here.
it is, yeah.
Always the case.
Which, I mean, it's better to be prepared,
Yeah.
but
Well, that's the worst feeling. Being unprepared at something like this,
exactly.
especially with the weather. So.
I know it was nice. Do you live in the area?
I live in Richmond.
Okay, I thought so.
Not terribly far.
Right.
I live in the West End, so
Okay.
it's only about 45 minutes.
Yeah. I worked in the West End before I came here for about 7 years. I was a property manager at an apartment complex. I was just telling you, it's Target.
I'm sure your wallet doesn't, which is the thing.
Exactly, exactly. They're like, oh, you're saving a lot of money in gas now. I'm like, really? I'm just saving money by not going to Target.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. I'll go in there for one thing and come out with things I certainly didn't need.
Oh goodness, I have to be in a rush and like tunnel vision because I get so sick. Oh, it's terrible.
I think I went in once looking for like popcorn and the Butterfield popcorn and stuff like that. Like, so for a movie night we're having, and I came out with a mirror. It wasn't ideal. In one of the 4 mirrors too. You don't want.
Oh, absolutely. It's planned out so like thoughtfully
Right.
because everything you need is really like in the back. You really have to go in.
That's so true,
It
though.
really is.
Because your food is all
Yep.
on the back right. I don't buy a lot of food
Yeah.
from Target, but when I do, you know,
Did
you
you
have
have
to.
good
Well, they do the snacks. The trail mix in particular is my
Yes,
go-to.
yeah. I like
That's
to
what I
just,
love about it.
yeah, it's just stuff for, like my daughter's lunch and stuff,
Right.
just like different things that you don't
Fruit
find.
snacks and
Yeah,
stuff like that. Yep,
exactly.
Yep. I
I'll
still
just-
buy those just so you know.
Oh, me too. I love them more than ever.
More than the
Yes.
kid does. That's right. I'm with you on that. Oh man.
Some things I will never outgrow, and that's definitely fruit snacks. I still buy Fruity Pebbles, you know.
I got away from the cereals.
Okay.
But I was a big, or am a big Captain Crunch
Oh, yeah.
guy. That's my
Yeah.
that's my go-to. That's my weakness.
The only difference is most of the time I eat cereal as like a midnight snack more so than breakfast now. That's the only difference when you're
That's so
adult. You
true.
just
That's so true. Though.
eat it at
and my
night.
mom is the same way. She loves to have cereal at night.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's better than ice cream.
Yes.
You know.
Most times.
That's what I tell myself
Most
anyway.
times. Oh man.
recovering from the 7 hours I spent here on Monday.
Oh, wow. Was it that long?
Well, there was a budget work session, and
Yeah.
then the regular meeting started at 6 o'clock and went till after 10. I mean, it was interesting, but that's a long time to be in this room. Yeah, so I was like, I can't do the work session today. I gotta, I just can't physically do it. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Feeling this
Can you hit the highlights for me?
Well, it was a rambling conversation, but,
We know, I find, like, they've had this, like, deep conversation about, like,
right.
what, what's the zoning of Lake Anna, who,
That happened.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what
That
happened.
happened last time, which I found interesting.
Yeah.
But just
It
like,
is interesting.
yeah, it's very interesting, but there's a lot going on this week, so normally I would have been here for that.
Oh, yeah, I was surprised, I was hoping you weren't sick, so.
So, I mean, I guess
I think so, yeah. I'm gonna speak against it a little bit,
Oh,
but
you are, okay.
just cautionary more than
Yeah.
anything else, it's not, I'm not sure I like leaving governance up to corporations. So, yeah, so I think that's our biggest concern. And what will happen, when they change,
Sir, good to see you again.
they can, and they can do it with stroke pen, they don't have to.
Have you not seen the resolution?
More than you wanted to.
I saw a draft.
Yeah.
But it's a draft, so.
It's just because,
Um,
like, I feel like the lake,
I want to say it was the final resolution. I think it is the final resolution draft, and it's
Well,
something
for
that hasn't
Louisa,
been
yeah.
finalized to the agenda.
Yes.
The only issue, the question that Dale had is whether or not a public hearing is required on the board side or the IDA side. I don't think there is one. That's our conclusion, and so I think he's going to take another look before he decides off.
Yeah.
I think it's the same with the board. Only time they really have to do so in the real estate context is when they're disposing of land.
Right.
But the acquisition of it generally isn't required.
Well, and it's actually going from a government agency to a government agency.
That's very true. I think the issue here is generally it's like between a subsidiary kind of agency like the police department or something like that, rather than a separate entity created by the board, like the IDA or the authority. But I don't think there's really any issue there either. So Dale should take a look at
And
it.
I would argue that
They're actually better at it
Right.
but the money really came from.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And it can dispose of property to another entity without an issue. And so it's just whether it can come back to the county, does it have to have one then? I don't think it does.
Yeah, I would say that's not the one.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's a smart move, yeah.
It's like the Navy. The Navy gets away with a lot of shit because.
Did you get a break or have you been here the whole time?
Make a mistake of
I
action. And then when you say no, then.
I knew you were gonna say that
Dad
right
was a Navy
whenever I
captain, I'm
was
sure.
asking her when she's
Yeah,
been here.
yeah.
Thank you.
That's too funny. But yeah, I'm glad, it seems like we're all pushing ahead on this, on the transfer side, so. And, I was concerned when I originally got into it because, of course, I'm a real estate lawyer by trade, trying to figure out whether or not this was going to be something that was going to be really, really difficult, there would be a lot of hoops to jump through. And while there's some technical pieces to it, it's fairly straightforward on all the different things.
Yeah, it is. And I'm going to send you it just because it's exciting. So south of us, we have that farm.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
They just sent me some documentation to get an easement.
They asked Brad a question. I didn't look at the packet.
They're putting one.
Yes, so it's coming from airport property because their transmission line runs there from the north to the south.
I heard you, I'm glad I did. Right.
Farm is beautiful.
Which
So
is a
what
huge
they're going
issue
to
down
do
there,
is
so that's like a major thing.
Yeah, I read about
and
it.
run the line here. But coming through the fence, they're gonna put a gate in at their expense. But they don't want to go through the wetlands. So what they wanna do is they wanna come along the airport side, entrance here, and then push it underground to where they're not disturbing.
Right.
And then they'll push it, and then they'll fix our area that they'll.
So do all of their expenses.
Yeah.
I don't see a real issue other than, there are some, as you know, restrictions to the use of the land.
Yeah.
But I don't see that as being.
Well, luckily, it won't be,
Make it quick.
except
Make
for
it real quick. We've heard it twice.
Mine is very short. It's like a paragraph.
have it, because
That's good.
I had a note to myself.
How you doing?
To send
I'm
this
good. What about you?
to Dale, company.
Your name came up the other day.
Oh, not bad.
Because Andy, Wade and I already looked at it, and we didn't have an issue. And then I said, yeah, but I gotta kick this to the group, because this is something that is very tough to hedge, just as we're.
Yeah, I don't see this being a real issue.
I gotta go to one of those games. I just can't see how they make that pickle go where they want it to.
Right.
I had a friend,
There's a lot of restrictions.
they were at Sweet Things for Alzheimer's, raising money, and they were playing pickleball. So she decided she was gonna play pickleball. Fell and broke her hip. He said it's the most expensive healthy activity he's ever seen.
Well, that's the question.
Well, I
Is
knew-
that another thing that
I hear people talk about it, but I haven't seen it. I'm sure it's fun. I think it's like a cross between ping pong and tennis. The handball used to play in a room like that.
It's big in Spring Creek.
Yeah.
And if you don't think, 'cause I get calls all the time.
Rachel's husband said, ask
You know,
Rachel
I
about
work for anyone in your office, and not in my office, but thank you.
today's Ronnie's birthday.
Much
It's
easier.
very good.
Smush when they hit the
Use the slice ones like on the sandwiches tonight.
yeah. Cubes.
Pickled tomato.
Good to see you. I was over your way 2 weeks ago. Keith's truck broke down, and of course he had been down, so I took him my truck, and he was like, "I left my garage is unlocked and everything." I'm like, "Your sister got you." So I went down and locked up everything for him, and I was like, "Oh, it's so pretty over here."
If you need anything, let me know.
Oh, I would never thought of it. Well, I didn't know I live in town, so it's not hard. I dropped the truck off.
He's a little quicker at some of those things. than I am.
But I hadn't heard it.
How you doing?
That's not unusual either.
Yeah, so, and I'm wondering if I didn't send it to you just because I knew. I would have done that last week.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask him whether or not he's seen it or whatnot, but I'm like you said, I'm sure he's had it.
Yeah.
I had thought about that. But I brought it to your attention. I'm willing to work with you on it. All right, we need to. About it. I think
Glad to
that
be
two
back.
very pertinent points. We could have.
He'll let me out every now and then.
Yeah, he said he's gonna let you have it, Dan.
Yeah, no, I agree
We
with you.
told us the other night.
All right. Looks like we're gonna make it here. All right, I'd like to call the February meeting of the Planning Commission to order. We're gonna start with a roll call. Ms. Johnson?
Mr. Jarvis?
Here.
Mr. Barlow?
Yeah.
Mr. Brooks? Mr. Weaver?
Yes.
Mr. Dissisway?
Here.
Mr. Kersey?
Here.
Mr. Quarles?
Here.
Mr. Goodwin?
Here?
Mr. Dickerson?
Here.
Mr. Purcell?
Yeah.
Thank you. All rise, please, and we'll have the invocation led by Commissioner Dickerson, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Weaver.
Let us pray. Father God, thank you for bringing us together tonight. Thank you for those who came before us and established and perpetuated Louisa County. Help us to be good stewards of the resources so that future generations may find it better than we found it. In your most holy name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll move on with the approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved?
Motion and second. I'd like to make one change to the agenda under new business. Supervisor Woodward is not available tonight, so we're going to take this resolution recognizing his service on the Planning Commission and move it to the March meeting. So we'll strike that out of new business for tonight. Any other changes? All in favor of approving the agenda as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And since I've already done that, Ms. Johnson, would you like to do roll call votes on these tonight to record them, or?
Yes.
Yes, very good. Well, we'll have a roll call vote on approval of the agenda as amended.
Mr. Weaver?
Yes.
Mr. Disisway?
Yes.
Mr. Quarles?
Yes.
Mr. Goodwin?
Yes, but with comment. I should have brought this up earlier. Since we have one person here speaking to the shoreline issue and no one yet on the CIP, could we change the order of the public hearing?
If it's, yes, we can change the order. That's fine. So we'll.
Sorry, I did not bring it up.
Yeah, we'll interrupt the vote here, my apologies, and ask
Don't mind.
if anyone who has motioned and seconded objects to that change as well.
I have no objection.
No problem.
Very good. All right, well, we'll make that change as well, and we'll restart the vote for approval of the amended twice agenda.
Mr. Weaver?
Yes.
Mr. Disisway?
Yes.
Mr. Quarles?
Yes.
Mr. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Dickerson?
Yes.
Mr. Kersey?
4.
Thank you, and I apologize, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners.
All right, so next item is, the agenda is approved as amended. Next item is approval of the Planning Commission meeting minutes from January. Minutes are in your packet, pages 3 through 7. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes from January meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any comments on the minutes from the January meeting? Very well. All in favor of approving the minutes from the January meeting as presented, say aye. Or, I'm sorry. It's a roll call vote. Ms. Johnson?
Mr. Weaver?
Yes.
Mr. Disisway?
Yes?
Mr. Kersey?
Yes.
Mr. Quarles?
Yes.
Mr. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Dickerson?
Yes.
Very good. So the minutes are approved. On to the consent agenda. We have no consent agenda tonight, so we'll move to the public address period. Public address period is a time when anyone in the audience can speak to the Planning Commission on anything that's not included in a public hearing tonight. So I'm going to open the public address period, and public address period is open. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the Planning Commission? Very well. Seeing none, public address period is closed. Moving on to unfinished business, I believe the only unfinished business is some remaining, like, gateway sections of the comprehensive plan, that sort of thing. Do we have a report on any of that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I've been working with Josh, Mr. Gillespie on this. We've had some conversations. We just had another conversation in the back room during the break, and we're on it. Hope to get you something soon. Anything to add to that, Mr. Gillespie? Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
That was a mistake. Remember?
We
We got that wrong.
No. We denied forwarding a recommendation of approval.
Went too fast.
Yeah.
It's a double
It's all
negative.
right. All right, so we'll move on to the public hearings as requested by Commissioner Goodwin, we're going to have the public hearing on LDR 2023-04, proposed amendments to Chapter 86 first. So, Mr. Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Before you this evening is the code amendment known as LDR 2023-04, and this amendment was discussed in your work session with a number of questions. I stand ready to answer any other questions just for the benefit of the public. Quick introduction is that we have code sections that are public law that duplicate some of the private regulations for use and construction at Lake Anna, particularly in those overwater areas that are governed by Dominion, on land owned by Dominion. And what we have found since the creation of the, the county code section in 2005 that regulate these areas is that there is work duplicated, particularly for the areas that we propose striking, and that relates to overwater structures. So essentially, the process has been and will continue to be one that begins at Dominion Energy and requires their approval of a construction and or use agreement. And without that approval, no project moves forward. And the way the process has been, and we are proposing to remove an unnecessary step, is that those types of projects that are essentially residential and do not have a landside component of some sort of common area or commercial land use. So it's literally just an accessory structure to a primary use, which would be a house. We essentially have been double checking the math behind others, but other than that, we have had no role in applying a code that's different than the standards that are in place for the lake by the private property owner with the permission and the proposal from the residential developer, essentially the residential owner. So what we found is that we are spending a lot of time sort of making sure that we don't make a mistake on doing the same work that came to us with an approval. So the proposed amendment, language that was taken to the board, was to take us out of that duplicated step. There's no reason to do the same work twice by two different agencies. And so that is what is in front of you. At your last meeting, you directed staff and we were requested to prepare some comparison materials. So you have in your packet 3 items. One is, well, more than 3 items, but one is a memorandum stating the origin of the code and the proposal to amend the code. The second is the proposed code language using markup style, so strike through for deletions. We would use bold for any new language, and what this would do is to strike areas that are redundant, and it would also relocate language from the area where we have Lake Anna use and development standards relating to lighting, and particularly around Lake Anna where these apply. They can now be governed by the growth area standards for Lake Anna, which did not exist in 2005 when the shoreline standards went in place as it relates to lighting. So that's really the most appropriate place for it anyway. And it's a good time now when some of the other language is being stricken to just move that language. So that'll all be new language in section, I don't remember the exact citation right now, but in the growth area overlay standards section, I think 124.
Yes.
There are areas that will remain in the standards, so it's not a complete repeal of the section, or it's not a repeal of the complete section. There are components of subsection A that relate to upland and shore land potential erosion. And Louisa County has a regulatory role for water quality that does not have anything to do with overwater structures, and so that language remains. And then we have kept the language that refers in subsection D to dredging and the authority of Dominion and the regulations and restrictions that they may adopt from time to time in their guidelines. We think it's important to go ahead and keep the reference to dredging, but make it clear that it's not, that it is governed by someone else and and not something that is present in our code. So we bring that to you this evening. Again, happy to answer any questions that you have at this time.
Any questions for staff at this time?
Yes, Chair.
Mr. Goodwin?
One thing that we didn't discuss in the work section was noise ordinance. Is that taken care of in the general section on noise ordinances, just like lighting?
Yes, sir, it is. I mean,
Okay.
every construction project has some potential for that too. But essentially, our noise ordinances are geared toward after hour, and there's a daytime level and a nighttime level.
Right.
And it goes up higher it drops down. The standard is more stringent in the evening hours than in the daytime hours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, then I'm going to open the public comment period at this time.
The public hearing? Okay.
Public hearing, yeah. Public comment period is open. If normally the applicant would be the first person to speak, but since the county is bringing this, we've already heard the position from the staff, so the floor is now open for anyone who wants to come forward and speak on this. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Is there anyone who wants to come forward and speak? And if you're representing your organization, let me know what it is, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Disasway. My name is John Wayne. I'm from the Mineral District, and I do represent the Lake Anna Civic Association.
Very good.
Although I don't think my comments are going to last 5 minutes. So this might be the fastest public hearing in history that had anybody speak. I think on behalf of the Civic Association, we really only have, I think, one concern with this. We understand the desire to cut down some work and not do the same work. I will say that in my experience, both personally and hearing from others, Tom is a better reviewer than the people at Dominion, but and that can be on record. But it's our concerns really have to do with kind of ceding what could be viewed as ceding kind of a governmental responsibility to a company, to a corporation. Dominion, as you know, I sat through the working session, and there was a lot of talk about the Dominion agreement and why people signed them and, how good they are and that sort of thing. But I think their process is what it is, and I understand why it is what it is. But it's a business agreement, and it's rules and written into a business agreement, really, that we're talking about. And it can be changed at any time. And I think that's probably our biggest concern. The sections that county staff is talking about removing are the sections that cover sizes of structures over the water and heights of structures over the water and lighting of structures over the water. And this is something that can be changed. We know of instances where the folks at Dominion that approve these things have approved something that doesn't meet the requirements for one reason or another. And that's fine, that's great. But being the benefit of having that done at the county level is that that's a public process. There's a pub, if in the parlance of the county, it would be a zoning, it would be a CUP, it would be a change, and there would be a public hearing, and people would know about it instead of, waking up to find that the guy that started the boathouse yesterday it's at 40 feet and counting, and then you go find out that Dominion, because of this thing and that thing, they changed the rules. So I think we have concerns about taking what is today a public process and making it fundamentally a private process and a private contract between someone who owns land adjacent to Dominion and Dominion. And so as you go through this, I've tried to think of things in my mind that you could do, to put some safeguards in changing the rules, But I think if we do this, the only safeguard we're really going to have is to come back with another ordinance. at some time in the future, which isn't necessarily the easiest thing to do. So, you know, that's kind of the way the Civic Association, that's the things that we think about. And so we just wanted to get on record with that. We appreciate the work all of you do.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? Very good. Then I'm going to close the public hearing. Public hearing is closed and bring it back to the commission. Do any commissioners have any further discussion? Very well, then.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, I would just point out something that did come up in the work session, and I look forward to hearing from Mr. Gillespie on how we monitor that and keep an eye on it to make sure that some of the concerns that were just addressed at the dais are, we keep, at least keep a finger on a pulse. So I look forward to that.
Okay. All right, well, this particular proposal is not associated with any particular, although I guess it could be argued to be associated with a particular district, but it is from the county, so I would need a motion from the commission.
Motion to recommend, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion to recommend approval of this LDR 2023-04. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motioned and seconded. Any further discussion? Ms. Johnson, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Weaver?
Yes.
Mr. Tissisway?
Yes.
Mr. Kersey?
No.
Mr. Quarles?
Yes.
Mr. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Dickerson?
No.
Four to two.
Yeah, I think, I think it passes. I wasn't doing the math at the time, but the motion passes there. So we'll move on to the second item on the public hearings, which is the Louisa County Capital Improvement Plan.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the Commission. Tonight, we're here for the public hearing on the capital improvement plan for fiscal year '25. I gave everybody a copy. I know it's small, but the only changes from the last time we met, if you remember, Chief Hawk asked me to switch the amounts on the two buildings, so I made that change at her request. And the other change is to the middle school addition and the CTE center amounts. We've changed both of those. We got quotes on the CTE center, and then for the middle school, there was some add-ons that they wanted to do while they were doing the addition. So the increase in price is for renovating the science rooms, expanding the gym, and the HVAC replacement. Everything else is the same that we've been talking about the last few meetings. So I ask that you adopt the plan as is, or give me any recommendations you'd like me to take back to the board, and I will present it to the board. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, are there any questions for Ms. Colvin?
So,
Mr. Quarles?
the amounts for the middle school and the CT center, they increased substantially.
Yes, the bids came in, estimates were based on what people thought they were, and so we've started the engineering and getting all the work, so we actually now have quotes of what it would cost. So those are the costs, and like I said, the bigger cost, they're replacing the HVAC unit in that big building, which is a chiller. The gym needs to be expanded, and then I guess the renovation of, I don't know which science rooms, but science rooms were how it was explained to me.
So we went from 51,000 roughly, 51 million
Yes.
to 71 million, short of.
You mean for those, yes. It
For those
increased,
two.
if I remember, one went from 26 to 29, and the other went from 25 to maybe, let me get my,
31.
31. That's what I was thinking it was, but I wasn't positive. So yes, our price of everything has definitely gone up. And the plan is to pay for that with debt issuance with school bonds, so.
with school bonds?
We'd issue debt with the Virginia Public School Authority bonds is normally how we do those. Those are the lowest interest rates, tax-free. Yeah.
When are they planning on doing construction on this if it's approved?
If it's approved, they hope to start, school is in, so they would probably have to do it over the summer, but they're going to do everything they can do. The goal would be to probably issue the bonds in the fall and then start once school let out. Or I guess they do during breaks, anything they could. I haven't particularly spoken to the schools on it, so I can't say for sure, but they want to start as soon as possible. I can find that out for you if you'd like.
Any other questions for Ms. Colvin at this time? All right, then I'm going to open the public hearing. Public hearing is open on capital improvement plan. Again, we would normally start with the applicant, but since Ms. Colvin has just spoken to us, we'll move directly to the citizens. So is anyone here who would like to speak to the Planning Commission on the capital improvement plan? Very well. Seeing none, then I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for any further questions from the commission.
I have one question, Ms.
Mr.
Colvin.
Weaver.
What, how much work is been done on the phasing of this, preparing, getting ready for this CTE program?
How much work? They've started the design and layout of how it'll set on the property and what would need to be done and getting the quotes for that. So the design phase is what they've been.
I know about design, but what about as far as students coming in and what they're gonna be offered and that kind of thing? Is that already in the, they already done that?
I think they're working on it. Like they've been, I do know, Bo had mentioned at one of the meetings, and his counterpart, I forget his name, but he had mentioned at one of the meetings that they've been talking to the businesses around to see what the need is. And the goal of this new facility is to make it what we need it to be as a community.
Do you know whether they've decided whether to start with the 9th grade, allowing them to come in?
I do not know. I do not know.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Then I'll be looking for a motion from the commission on this.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that we recommend approval.
Motion to recommend approval of the capital improvement plan. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Very well. Ms. Johnson, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Weaver?
Yeah.
Mr. Justisway?
Yes.
Mr. Kersey?
Yes.
Mr. Cross?
Yes.
Mr. Goodwin?
Yes?
Mr. Dickerson?
Yes.
Very well. The motion passes and the capital improvement plan is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Y'all
Ms.
have a
Dalton.
great evening.
All right, that completes the public hearings. Move on to new business. I don't think we have any new business at this time. So we'll move on to discussion. Mr. Gillespie, I'm sorry, discussion. Do we have any discussion items? Then it's on to reports and Mr. Gillespie.
Here, I do like to talk about 5 Ps, so I'm going to just take people through them again. So it's often helpful to do that: people, places, policies, process, and projects. So we start with our people. We are adding 1 person to the team at the end of the month, so we're going to add 1 to the Planning and Zoning Division. We have a 2 opening spot, so we're looking for a new person to come in there. Training and education continues apace. As I reported at the last meeting, we have the 2022 building code is now in place, and so as we've adopted that, all our building inspectors are getting trained on the code updates. Those will really be effective in July, so we're also speaking with, educating, and beginning to be more formal about educating building contractors. That's a normal process every 3 years that we do. I'm sorry, I said 2022, the 2021 code. not good when you fall off on the number. So there are some things that are still being debated with the Department of Housing and Community Development about applying the code, and so the building code. Without belaboring all those, I'll just say that that's holding up our kind of scheduling of the education process, because we can't really we can't give them the menu of everything that's changed until we get some clarification on some of those. But anyway, we're beginning that on that part of the house. On the erosion and sediment control, we have folks that are going to be sitting for some new exams and certifications, and that'll be good because we'll have a new inspector in the field who's certified, and a new plan reviewer. So at present, we essentially have one plan reviewer, and we'll have two. On policies, it's worth noting that the Board of Supervisors, at the February 5th meeting, so on Monday this week, there are 3 things I'm going to report on. The first is a policy, and that's code amendment for litter as a nuisance. And you all probably have seen some of the reporting and stories in local outlets about changes that were made at the state level that affected the locality's ability to enforce litter as a nuisance on agriculturally zoned properties. And so as a result of that, we had a code case that was basically thrown out by the judge when he examined the new state law. So the remedy for that was to amend our county code in a certain way. That was done on Monday. So I know that some of you who have had some issues with litter on properties that are zoned for agriculture, which again is 92% of the county, we have had some constraints on us, and it's also meant that we've held back on taking some cases to court. So the air is now clear, and people who have legitimate bona fide farming operations on agricultural property does not affect them, but junk is junk, and we have a solid waste code that relates to litter as a nuisance. On the process side, I've talked about the Civic Gov process, which essentially is what is an extension of our website for those people who have an account. You can sign up for newsflash notices and other activities you can do, reservations through the Parks and Recreation system if you want to reserve a shelter or a facility. I've talked about the Civic Gov side of this, which allows us to have planning applications and zoning applications, those land use and development things that is the particular interest of the commission. And that project is underway. The process will be improved by giving our citizens an open portal to make applications, but also to track applications that are their own cases, but also cases of public interest that they may have available to them online that's not presently out there. There are a couple projects I've reported on. Unfortunately, some of these have slipped in schedule a little bit. The Hampton Inn at Zion Crossroads is about 2 or 3 months behind. They were going to open in January. It's probably March, maybe April now. Still good news when we have those new facilities online in the spring. And then the Boardwalk Inn, kind of a boutique 30-unit inn at the Boardwalk on Lake Anna, is set to open fairly soon. They're going through. It's a small structure, could go up fairly quickly. So it's moving on. So that project will be new lodgings on Lake Anna for the first time in a long time in a lodging setting. Also at the board's meeting on Monday, the 5th, 2 cases to report out of Planning Commission from January, RAZ 2023-07, which was Essex Concrete. The recommendation was for denial. There were changes made with additional restrictions by proffered condition, and including some proffered on the floor of the meeting, and that case was approved with conditions that were made on the floor. Also, another rezoning case that you all saw in January was REZ 2023-06. I should have named the districts for those. This one's in the Jackson District, the Essex Concrete in the Patrick Henry District. The Planning Commission recommended denial of that case as well, and the board received proffers slightly before their meeting, and then on the floor some negotiations were made after the public hearing, some of the same folks that came to the planning commission had been in conversation with the applicant, the prospective developer, and that case was approved with additional conditions made on the floor. That concludes my report for kind of projects. I'll be happy to answer anything about things that are in the hopper that I haven't reported on.
Mr. Goodwin?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to address one thing that you talked about. You stated it different first time and then the second time. And it has to do with, trying to get my mind back on it now, the agricultural protections allowed by the state. The first time you said ag zoned.
Correct.
The second time you said ag zone and bona fide ag use. And if I recall, the Attorney General's opinion said that it had to be both. That just because you were zoned agricultural, you had no protection. It had to be zoned agricultural, and it had to be a bona fide agricultural activity. Which one is correct?
So I'm going to ask if our county attorney recalls working on this. Did you work on this with, you did?
I did.
Could you speak to that?
I don't know about the Attorney General's opinion, but of course, it is just an opinion and it has no real force or effect.
Right.
A court could read that statute differently, and as this court did in this case, it did read, it did apply to that land, generally speaking. So the change, doesn't affect that specific opinion question. I can't speak more to it because I just haven't read it.
Okay, can I do a follow-up, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
absolutely.
Do you know whether that case was both zoned and a bona fide activity that the judge saw?
It was zone agriculture, I didn't mean to interrupt, it was zone agriculture, but it's not a bona fide agricultural use.
But
I think
not
it was a
bona fide.
Quarter acre of land removed.
A little larger than that, but no active agricultural activities. No.
You got legal precedence then?
I'm sorry,
You got legal precedence then?
as to?
That case sets legal precedent.
I wouldn't go so far as to say it sets legal precedent, but for that judge, absolutely sets his understanding.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Any other questions for Mr. Gillespie?
Just have a
Mr.
comment.
Barlow?
As Mr. Gillespie just pointed out, the board did approve the Essex concrete plant, but it was after they got everything proffered that the planning commission was trying to get the night they were here. So what, as best I remember, pretty much the uses of it was taken out. That was one of them.
And then the hours of operation.
Well, the hours of operation, they took away Sunday.
They got the part that mattered.
Yeah, no Sunday operation. So, and there was a couple of other things that were proffered that I was not part of the planning commission.
Yeah, one of the things that was, more restricted or confined, if you will, is the concept plan that they brought forward. Essentially, is a survey of the property that delineates the area of activity. So there would be no uses outside that area of activity. They would retain the commercial zoning. So the only area that would have the industrial use that was shown is roughly 4 acres, and then the remainder of the property of the larger parcel involved, because that's a part of 2 parcels, is to remain wooded and vegetated. And then the very small portion of the other property that has the S&N Communications use essentially has a defined boundary of where that access point will come in.
And one of the properties too, unless I was misreading it, one of the properties that you all was looking at, that parcel A, I believe that wasn't made a part of it. They backed that out.
Is that the parcel that, excuse me, Mr. Chair?
Next to the Exxon
The
station.
one that they were going to use as an entrance?
No, the part just where the entrance is at got approved through this thing.
Okay.
But the piece over next to the Exxon station, that was completely removed from it. So it was a substantial difference between the planning commission and the board.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Quarles.
when we spoke about it and it was hashed around with us, they had then told us then they wouldn't use parcel A.
Okay, I knew that.
So they told us then that they would take parcel A away. Our struggles were with when they found out the water was available then, that they still wanted the right to be able to dig a well. And most places in and around won't allow you, once you have public water there, to dig a well. But we don't have that ordinance, so, but they did, evidently they proffered that.
Only to use county.
Right, only to use county water, and then, the hours of operation, they compromised and took Sunday off the table, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were the two major things that we looked at.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Gillespie? Very well. Thank you, Mr. Gillespie.
Yes, sir, thank you.
That brings us to the last item on the agenda, entertaining a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Why would you want to do that so early?
Yeah, and a second?
You're breaking a record.
All right, we are adjourned.
Breaking a record. Look at that.
I would have broken the record, but there are too many last-minute questions here.
38 minutes.
Be good. Be safe.
I think that's a record, John. I don't remember ever getting out here at 7:40.
You're welcome.
The first time I've seen it in my brief term. I don't expect to see it again this
I don't know
year.
if any of y'all remember those 10 o'clock meetings, those 10 and 11 o'clock
Oh, yeah.
meetings.
I'm gonna tell you what, though, don't expect it in March. I can tell you that right now. Don't expect it in March. We're gonna have a lot going on.
I just didn't see anything. Some had mentioned that.
Okay.
Yes.
1 and 2, close to midnight.
Yeah.
There were some that went that long.
Man, what the hell did I sign up for?
We have covered our interests, but I can't see that
All right.
twice when they try.
Were you here for the midnight ones?
I was. No, I wasn't up here, but
Oh, you're out there,
I was
okay.
out there.
He was in the crowd, but he wasn't up here.
Well, yeah, the time.
I was the only one that voted against it.
Okay.
Anyway, I was just curious.
I don't like that extension. We always end up putting it on next month.
Well, there are times that it's better to spread some of it out. I'm trying to avoid doing that, but
People were falling
the way
asleep.
these things come up.
Things are gonna change.
Like I told my stepson, you don't make good decisions after 12. So be really careful.
I said it was after 9:30.
Should.
Mine's probably 10.
I think it's harder to get back.
I do.
Nothing good happens in the street after 9:30.
Yeah, I was just
That was,
curious.
9:30.
that was a
Give you a
growing up.
call and catch up.
Yeah, I think the more we know about each other, the more we
Anything
have
happens
about
straight
things, the
after
better they
9:30
work.
is not generally real good thing, so.
All right, let's see, I want to log out here.
I got that speech when I came at 4 o'clock one morning.
But it wasn't any use to unravel.
She was waiting out, what?
You know, we don't get together before next week.
Big to whip.
I'm willing to come up here maybe
Let me
an
talk
hour
to you.
earlier or something.
Well, I'll call you, I'll come down to your house.
That'd be fine too.
That's what I would like to do, but I've been visiting, my dad was in the hospital
Oh,
and
really?
he's finally come home and he's doing better, so pretty busy.
Is he on his own?
Well, my mom, of course, is with him, but yeah, they've been independent, but he's been having some difficulties. He's 85, mama's 80, so you want to keep him independent.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You know, that doesn't sound that amazing to me as every year goes by, 'cause I'm sitting here on 73. At one time, that made it sound amazing, but
Right, all right, I'll talk to you.
good talking to you, buddy.
That makes sense.
We're just exploring.
Right. He said that's all we would do. And same situation, huge rollaways outside, and like, Wait a second.
Started a prednisone regimen today.
Did you? Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Is it a high
And they
dose
have a
of
huge
estrogen?
debt service that they
No,
got.
they got me on what they call a packet or something. It's like,
I was very happy to sell mine.
6 days
Very
and then
nice
you
house
kind
on
of taper down.
10
Yeah.
acres surrounded by
That's
100 acre moat farm.
I've seen
Oh,
And moved back
wow.
in.
every hour on his life.
20 years.
Sit on this
Oh,
side,
that's
and this hand goes down.
yeah.
And I get on this side, and I'm just,
I can see them
I don't really
going
wake up,
well
and I'm
over
aware
$1.
of it. I
Right.
move and look at the clock, and, you know,
So you're a side sleeper, is that why it
But, I
bothers
mean,
you?
there's other
Yeah,
places
me
in
too.
Rice and there's Fluvanna.
I sleep on,
Rice,
sleep on my
and
back.
I
My
don't know
wife
if you get a
says
big piece
she
of
can't
land.
get to sleep.
And he's snoring.
We're gonna take a hit on the house.
Same.
And Fluvanna
I do the same thing. Well, I hope
uses
this
a little
helps you
discrimination, a
because
lot of
that's
discrimination in their
not fun
assessment
to
process.
go through.
Rainey said,
110% maybe.
I know it's gotta be bad, because she's usually the one saying, all right, you want me to call the doctor? No, no. She was gone the other day, and I called the doctor.
The Commissioner of Revenue is a friend of mine, and we have these
Yeah.
discussions,
So she
not in
knew
his
you were
office sometimes.
in pain,
Must be
yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, look like, you know,
And well, you know, that really affects
That's why I didn't really.
just
comment
your
any of
I
your
understand.
daily
I figured something,
activities,
but
everything, absolutely.
I didn't want you to
Yes.
think I'd forgotten.
No, no, I didn't think
far,
that.
I've started this morning,
I tell you, it
so
is
far,
surprising.
no better. Let's see.
Sometimes,
Start of the process.
usually
I'm
with
doing that.
steroids, they kick in pretty
I like
quickly,
to
so
find,
hopefully
I
by
don't know what it
tomorrow
is.
you'll start
It depends on the
feeling,
piece of land.
feeling better.
20 acres, 40 acres, 100 acres.
So our
I've kinda figured out,
caterer is a
If it doesn't have an
local
old
girl.
farmhouse, I can't fix it.
I don't
Then
know
I've
if you
kinda
know
figured
the
out what I wanna build
styles,
on.
but,
I can't find it.
Yeah, I know.
And I've sold a bunch of it in the last 5 years
No,
that I would
it's
love to have
private.
lived on.
Yep,
I wasn't looking to
so,
move then.
isn't that, what's tasting? Yeah, I really like her, her name is, her name is Kelly Lenhart. Lenhart is her married name, her maiden
Everything
name
else
is
going well?
Style.
Yeah.
Her parents own Early House.
It's almost
in
spring.
Louisa.
That's a good thing.
Yeah,
You know,
so,
climbing out of winter.
they're
here.
local girls.
Everything's
I
good.
actually grew
I'm just
up
too
with her
busy right
sister,
now. That's all.
which came,
It's crazy.
with her this afternoon
I gotta
to
run up to Manassas
deliver everything.
tomorrow.
But, yeah, she
Doing
does a really
leadership
good
meeting
job.
in the evening. Probably have
The health department, she running this out of Early House?
Yeah, yeah,
doing
this
it
is her,
again in
this is
Alexandria
completely
Saturday
separate
morning.
from Early House.
And then coming back. And already working on the schedule for next year's leadership meetings, trying to get those locked
You
in.
know, she has to be, Mr.
We had
Goodrich.
some
be my
friends on
last year.
33 that
Well, that's
put a
good.
little curio shop or something.
Yeah.
She
Work
bring
through
it home
something,
back
do a
there.
good job
It's
of
not
it.
before
and
dinner
say,
time.
Oh, I'm
moving
sure.
on
Well,
something
this
else.
is her business.
We're moving on
It's,
nothing else for a while.
sauce-
Nothing else for at
sauce
least a
catering.
year. I always have, when I go through this process, I have to take a year off to
Yeah, so she,
enjoy life
she's,
Yeah.
she's
not be traveling
made a
around.
really good
It's a
name
lot
for
of fun
herself.
doing it, but
She does a lot
it
of
takes time away
weddings.
from
She's
the
a
family.
DBA,
does, too.
the health department has
Yeah, I was
to
like.
I'm
a
sure,
number of
I'm
things when I was
positive they
And I was
do.
just
Yeah,
happy
she's
to
got a really
Say, well,
That
big
was
fancy
delicious.
menu. Yeah, I'm
I
glad
didn't
you
have
liked
anything but a
it.
sandwich and a cannoli, but man.
That's all you need. You know, that's exactly what I went for. That's all
So I'll
you
fit about right in time to building
But
you.
it was
The
good.
time
Yes,
to do
I'm glad
that.
you enjoyed
there
it.
you go.
Your mayor's account or your mental
I'll
account.
follow
So
the lead on that.
if you don't mind doing that, we can just send it to
Yeah.
building permits.
Okay.
You overheard it, right?
Well, one thing in particular, well, let's get this off the table right away. You look for the paperwork from the lake and I'll look for the paperwork from the lake.
All right,
See if either one of us have that.
Okay,
Okay,
I
that's
don't
one of
think-
the issues.
I don't think I did. I think I printed it out and
Yeah.
bought it.
You gave it to me.
Yeah,
That's
but
what you
I'd
did.
Google search it again.
Okay, I'll see if I have it, but,
Yeah.
yeah.
You have to post
So that was one, and the other was this whole,
The two issues with it.
Let the
yeah.
permit flow off and
I still
then-
don't like the way that went.
Sometimes they don't post it.
I don't,
Sometimes they don't post it
I don't think
at all.
simply saying, well, we had some Sunday is correct. I don't think it's the
No,
right thing.
because you can still run
They
20.
can still 24 hours a day,
24/6.
6 days a
Well,
week.
they'll,
24/6.
the hot days, they'll start the plant up 2 in the morning, getting things ready, and
I mean,
here
most
people
people,
trying to
if
sleep,
it's a
it's
house and
awful.
they have a railing, you know, decorate railing, you probably
I
put
think
it there.
if
If
was
it's a
determined
new
that
build,
this was an old material,
okay, then
we considered
especially if it's in
What is?
kind of the country and
Oh,
it's
yeah.
further
That's a
away.
discussion.
We
What
usually have
is?
a state.
Well, I think what they
And
were-
why when something
know
gives
coming on the
all
property,
the
you know,
appearance
the,
to
you know, quarter-mile driveway, but you
at least
know
not
that
treat it like a
the ground's
temporary like we do
less
so.
That's right.
sometimes it gets
To
posted
me,
on
that
the
was
board,
two
right?
huge
Or
questions
it's
happened.
Well, I think what they were trying to sell us on tonight,
But yeah, if it's not present, then
This guy had
the only issue we had
Oh,
was
shit.
left on the shed was the hours
because he
of work.
didn't have.
Everything else had been resolved.
When it left here.
When I left
Yeah.
here, there was just,
Yeah,
and,
I think,
yeah, here's,
I think that,
here's,
here's
here's
where
the,
my thoughts were. I think Tommy was going to come in here and see if he could have some bags.
Yeah.
Make us feel better because they knew we were pissed.
Okay, I said, well, usually it should be on the front, that way they don't have to come around.
well, I mean, I mean, the permit, of course, is also for the general public to know that the restaurants having work done to the grease trap, right, or to the bathrooms, or whatever. So it is to be posted in a conspicuous place. So if it's not posted in a conspicuous place,
Yeah.
in your opinion, I mean, just, you can either call John or email John or send the building permits at address, email, and just say, I'm at the same address. And you guys might think it's all right, but
so I'm thinking,
it's
that's
not,
not exactly what I
it's
heard
not
tonight.
visible, I don't like it.
Yeah, but I had heard about the Sunday thing. But that didn't address all our concerns. It's traffic on the road, dude. It's high traffic areas, it's all that stuff.
I'm gonna.
And this thing, I am
have to have a
serious.
conversation when
It's a reservation permit. Even if it's just.
I'm serious about making
I mean, if it's a
permanent
carpet,
zoning decisions based
re-roof the
on
building.
all
re-
appearances
reseal
of
the
temporary
driveway, rethink
operation.
the
I mean, I'm
walls.
just seriously
Yeah, there's no
hard
problem.
to
And if you put a ceiling fan in where a light was, there's a permit for that. But
So the guy that me and Dwayne and Chris,
Yeah,
if we just, because Dwayne, he was doing lunch meeting, all right, let's have lunch meeting, and let's have Chris and George, last two.
yeah.
And I don't think, that would be a relative, an official meeting.
have it in the record.
Yeah.
So we all have lunch and we'll talk about horses.
Let me know when you're ready. That's me.
You know, we have
No,
a
I
reported
want to
issue.
ask, in the terms that I expressed,
There,
I have a
reported
procedural
general
issue.
issue.
And it doesn't just apply to this one. At what point is an application not essentially the same, or flip it over and say it is materially different? At what, if this wasn't it, where is it? Because none of them go up to dark side lighting, nobody talks, but
They're gonna tell us, it's a material difference. They partially address one element as a resident material difference.
that's why it's difficult.
Well, it's like the short-term housing.
Because they've got to explain to me that it was materially different, because that's why we passed it. But it wasn't materially different enough for us to send it back to the planning commission. See, so he's caught.
Thank you.
I'll tell you, the people that work on this and Jim, if you pay attention.
I'm listening, I'm looking for something to read here in a minute.
Don't go away, Josh, I got something for you in a minute, but I'll be down there in a minute.
Okay.
How old is she? Okay. 15. Oh, gosh. Oh, really?
Maybe going on all along, and I didn't know about it, but now I do. And Chris and I talked Monday before the meeting, said, call me for 12 bucks, so I did. And he said,
Okay.
Wayne thinks he has the 5 votes.
He did.
And, but what I'm telling you is, They working on it before the damn.
Oh, I know
Oh,
they
yeah.
do. They do.
It's all done. I've never.
You can tell that.
If
How do
it's-
you look at what goes on during
There
the
were
meeting?
two, it's been going on for 7 years in my life, and if he hid it from me, they're not that damn good to hide it from me that long.
No, I figured it out before
But
now.
all of a sudden,
Rachel was against it, and then all of a sudden she was for it.
What do they do?
I don't know. I don't know.
But also,
is he putting the Republican Party in
I don't know.
the primary? No, just when you bring politics into it,
Yeah, I
that's part of the equation. I sit in Richmond for 10 years, every incumbent has got one concern.
Yeah, oh, no, I understand, yeah.
Not am I gonna get beat,
No.
my damn district attorney will I get
That's
beat,
right, yeah,
am I gonna get primary?
yeah, that's right.
And they watch particular people.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
So when we brought the parties into the county, that comes in with it. Now, I can't say that for absolute fact,
Right.
but it's how it works everywhere else.
I don't know what it is. She'll discuss things and then bam, it shut down.
Well, she was that way on short term, wasn't she?
Yeah,
So that's 2 times.
Yeah.
all right, let me speak to Josh for a moment. I'm gonna go
We had a
home
good one of
to-
those pre-application meetings today.
I'll tell you what,
Those are fun, aren't they?
I'll tell you the truth, I really have found it very helpful and able to be helpful.
I think it brings a better application to us. I think if someone was listening, they wouldn't bring an application to us.
Thank you.
It's good.
now don't you have ample?
I do, but,
She's probably called building then because.
You have like horses, right?
no, just like, you have a big
I left her around 2:30 today, so she called out the. I don't remember getting a JES foundation thing, but it might have just come in the general. Sometimes it comes in general and they probably just put it in the building.
Well, that's a strong vacuum cleaner.
It takes, so on average, a commissioner revenue takes about a quarter to settle out. If it's throughout the state, I know that because of working on transmission line, state corporations.
He's got fever.
Takes a couple months.
Travel.
But the thing is, she could also provide a copy, if the issue is that she's under calling the water, she can print a copy of the deed and provide it to them.
They don't see him. They're like,
So, she is more, I'm not gonna phone call and wherever, she's more welcome to call me, but she probably really needs to speak with like Jen Kohler, the office manager, she's brilliant. Because she's our in-between, she's the in-between between zoning and building. I mean, I'm happy to do it, but the thing is, I would end up transferring over to Jenny, simply because if it's a paper issue or inspection issue, it needs to go to Jenny to sort out. So I would tell her that if she hasn't talked to somebody, to call in just the main community development line, ask to speak to Jenny Carter. Jenny Carter, and she's the office manager, and she can't, any of the ladies should be able to help her out. She'd go, has this permit in files? I am the property owner. What is the status of this permit? I am the property, you know. What do you need? What do they need? Like, so the only people who get a copy of her permit are the contractor submitting with the owner. That's the only people.
All right.
There's some really.
Jenny Carter.
Jenny Carter. So I know enough to be dangerous, and if she doesn't get anywhere with that, have her call me.
We work on the shore.
Actually, it's joint efforts, so I appreciate that. I have a lot of gray hair, but.
Come on.
Yeah.
That's approved.
Have a good evening. Y'all go home.
oh yeah. Well,
they also.
They don't change.
Right.
If anything is out of the ordinary, that's a problem.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's.
In both.
It's crazy. Yep. All right.
Well, then there's the new location, which is where Grant is actually. The one in Apple Grove was Grant's garage as well. So,
That cookies, I remember it was one of the first cookies we sat in.
really are the one there that, about 22. Yeah, it's got all that equipment and that's a CUP too.
Hey, what have we done about the concrete plant in Trevilian? The one that's not supposed to be there, that's operating.
They got rid of it. They stopped that, didn't they?
That concrete plant was sitting there about 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago.
the one next to Haymaker?
Yeah.
Last I heard is that it was being sold to somebody and that it was gonna go away or not in use.
Okay, well, I'm not saying it was abused, but it was certainly.
It's sitting, so it's been sitting there.
It's a mobile unit, isn't it?
So I talked to the girlfriend of the person who was buying it, and I was told.
It's very mobile. This is at least. it's-
Wait a minute, I think I know where it's going.
Yeah. No.
I
it's
think
not-
it's.
No.
This is supposed to be a brand new unit.
This would
Yeah,
be
but they got a deal.
Oh,
I can't.
Yeah.
there's nothing that says that they can't use that.
Yeah, this would be like a driver for Ferrari going to work for Hyundai, on the F1, no.
Okay.
That's not where that equipment's.
It's been sitting there for about, it's just been sitting.
But the whole concept, John, is if it fits everything else, it actually, because of the things that are going on, I see it as something that's needed because you put more competition in the game as far as concrete.
Yeah, but we weren't talking about Essex.
No, I know, you're talking about the
things.
first one, that the one over in Trevilian, yeah.
Actually, we were talking about some other issues too.
And that, he
Moved into that.
ended up in Trevilian's after having camped out on
Yeah.
some farmland.
Yep,
Other nuisance factors?
there's nuisances all over.
Yeah, we got jump all over.
I
I mean, you know.
Well, I know that.
Yeah, we've talked about these kind of things.
Did we ever get anywhere with the structure that was built on the one
Captain, what are you talking about?
near Captain Meade, yes?
Where the structure was built?
Where they actually took a
Oh,
hammer
yeah.
and built
Like a shed.
like a shed off of it.
Yeah.
Not only we're not gonna move it, but we're gonna add to it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
This is one with wheels.
I understand. No,
Sitting on the
no,
wheel.
Hey, listen, I'm not, the people do it all the time.
They got more wood in the structure than they do in the whole camp.
Yeah. I'm
Oh,
sure.
I mean, really? I mean,
Yeah, and people are doing that.
I would bank
because-
on it. Yeah.
Because they don't know any better, or
So they know
they
better.
don't have any better resources, and, they're just gonna make it work.
They believe, they have resources, they have resources. This is, what I'm finding, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
What we've looked at
All right.
is these are additional incomes.
Oh, well, yeah.
This is not, oh, I'm desolate, I got no place to stay, so I just put this camper here, and this is it. No, it's not that. It's called, y'all wanna live together? Well, y'all pay enough rent, we'll put something together for you, and that's basically what happens. These are structures that behind permanent structures. A house, and then all of a sudden there's a camper that appears out back, that is a travel camper, but guess what?
Yeah.
Our relative's car shows up there to the camper every night.
Well, we have the other situation of the cottage industry with people catering to house trips. So we have people traveling out of state and they don't want to stay in a hotel.
Right.
They want to be campers, it's tough to be in a hotel. So there's a whole other cottage industry of people who
But
know
you-
people who know people who have some place you can go park your camper.
Well-
And if it's there for long enough, it's against the law.
You
So,
generally,
but everybody knows somebody, and so, we start poking a bear, and it's like, well, we've been doing this for 30 years. Okay.
Yeah, you've been breaking law for 30 years.
You generally don't have, generally,
I'm not looking to make those kinds of friends.
generally your Irish people will generally go to someplace like small country or something like that.
Generally, but again.
They go everywhere.
But
They do.
what happens generally, in that case, the owner owns that trailer and says, hey, you're with the outage? You'll pay $800 for such and such time? Well, come on in, and it's not the outage guy's camper.
Yeah.
Because he's not invested
We're
the
seeing-
money that they've invested.
We're seeing some of that too. So
Yeah.
where they own the campers too. Because I used to work in construction, and, the really smart people would take their per diem and they'd go rent a campground spot. And they'd have their $30,000 Airstream, that they bought for cheap.
They
And
just-
they traveled all around the country, and they'd make a whole other income on the per diem.
Yeah, see,
So-
most of the people that will not, they're traveling from Arizona, they're traveling from Kansas, they're already thought about where they're gonna put this thing, way before they get there. The guy who's doing it, the guy that shows up in his yard, it's generally somebody that didn't have a camper, and they're looking for a place to stay, and they find a situation. The camper's generally owned by that person. But, it would be like if you were gonna go somewhere on a distance, pulling this thing is, 3,000 pounds and, 40 foot long or whatever, and you're thinking, you've already made a plan of where you're gonna put it. You don't just show up and go, oh, well, we're gonna look around and find a spot.
So we have the people too who are driving the vehicle from South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, wherever they come from, Tennessee. And they're gonna be there for weeks on end.
Yep.
And what our code says is, if it's set up as if you could live in it permanently, then it's a dwelling unit.
Right.
And so their argument back has been, well, I'm only there for 3 weeks, I'm not there for 30 days, your code says 30 days more. So that's not the point. And it looks like you can live in it, and you're living in it. And it looks like it can be lived in beyond 30 days.
So now, where does the fine go? To both the landowner and the poacher, or
The landowner, you gotta get in there.
landowner?
Because they're ultimately responsible. I mean, the folks from Tennessee, they don't know. They kind of know probably, but.
In your drive up 605.
Well, you remember I cut off on Yanceyville. You remember I cut off on Yanceyville, so.
Yeah, I think we catch it. Yeah, you drive up 605, you get close to Yanceyville. They got this
Boat?
house with a great big boating yard.
The Noah's Ark boat, yeah.
Yeah, I would bet forever that there are people been living in that boat for like 3 years or more. since-
People live in that boat?
People living in it, yeah, I'll bet you money.
I mean, I'm not
And they
saying they don't,
got,
I
they
just,
got that great big garden, and they're putting up a great big building in front of it, and that's on wheels, so they can do it, but that's gonna be a farm stand, I'm sure. And what this is commune like. It's not associated with commune, I don't think, but it's like a commune, and people are living that way in it.
well, those
What are we
people,
doing with that?
those people I heard came from that company.
Well, they probably did, but, we do anything to look into what's going on there? I thought I just did.
Well, no,
We'll look at it. There was another one like that on 605.
we
Right
are,
after Yanceyville, and North on the right. Similar sort of free-spirited community back behind the house behind the house.
Yeah.
we were,
And we talked to them, I mean, they don't believe the rules.
Oh,
So
no.
it's an interesting conversation to start with, because they,
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
You've
Good
done
night,
a great
gentlemen.
job.
we're a complaint-based
I
county.
know, yeah,
So a complaint has to be
yeah,
made.
I understand.
I see, you're concerned about the land yacht.
Yes, literally.
Nothing held.
the land yacht. I
mean, you know, it went in, it got parked, and this was, I think
I know
it was driving
exactly.
back and forth to work.
It was probably
And,
about, what, 5, 6 years
Yeah.
ago?
It's been a long time.
Maybe
And all of a
it's been
sudden,
10 years.
all of a sudden they put hoops over it, and they put, because I'm thinking, well, I guess the hatch is leaking or something, or the deck's leaking, because they got plastic over that.
Well, it
In
came
the
in,
middle of the summer, that's gotta cook in there.
when
Yeah.
it came in, you thought it was like a novelty piece, like, oh, you know,
Well, they had that gigantic tricycle out there
Yeah,
made out
yeah.
of wooden cable spools, and I thought, well, that's pretty clever use of things, you know?
right.
But still, after a while, it's like, this is pretty bad. This whole arrangement is pretty bad.
Yeah, my neighbor's mom lives right next to that thing, I think, or either
Oh, really?
very close. The house with the, sits back a little ways with the star on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's my neighbor's mother.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I'm not
Jan.
sure that people cause much trouble, they
Because
just,
they're on the other side of the cemetery, right? There's a little cemetery there,
yeah, maybe so.
and it's just on the other side of that, between that and the dumpster, the trash.
Yeah,
So-
trash recycling is just a little ways up, yeah. I'm not sure they cause a lot of trouble, but still, I mean.
Yeah.
the-
You let them get away with it, then everybody.
It's unsanitary. The whole thing is, it's not good.
I haven't been that close to it, but I know that it does not look,
Yeah.
and I didn't know people were living in it.
Well, I had never gone inside and met them and looked at their living arrangement, but you look at what's
But this-
going on there, and you think, somebody's living in that thing, I know it. I know it.
I saw a popped out trailer today that I had not seen before.
They're showing up.
They are everywhere.
Everybody's getting them.
Yeah,
Everybody.
yeah. Well, I tell you, people are making money on
Well,
it,
yeah,
a lot of money.
because there's no place to rent in Louisiana County.
Yeah.
So,
So where are all these people coming from? It's not like we got tons of jobs.
well,
What are they all coming in here for?
when you have kids, your kids are 18, need a place to stay.
Okay.
I mean-
It is family stuff.
I mean, a lot of it is family.
Family I get, but
Those
when it's
instances-
not family,
those
where are those
instances-
people coming from?
Yeah, but listen, I'm not saying to condone it if it's family.
Well, I'm not either, but I'm just saying I
But-
understand
But those
how that
instances we're
happens.
talking about, we wrestled around. I hear that it's a grandson up there at the corner, and then back toward Captain Meade, it's their degenerate children. I mean,
Right.
you know,
Or, and it becomes the friends of the children.
right,
And so we're getting that too. So the code case is a problem. That guy had about 6 problems, all of them. Drug problems, trash problems,
John.
trespass
Yeah,
problems,
it brings
running a
all
welding
kinds.
shop out of his house.
on your way,
problems,
on your way back to your
Have a
house,
business life.
on
Two
605,
campers on the
make
property.
a right on the West Lowell Mountain,
That's all
and
right.
just drive down.
Yeah, come drive down our neck of the
No,
woods.
no, just make a right on West Lowell Mountain and come, not even 500 feet, maybe 700 feet.
Maybe less.
And there are these houses being built. And right next to one of the houses is the craziest operation I've ever seen in my life. Well, it was in the paper 5 years ago. They seized some animals over there.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
If you've seen,
It's bizarre from the road.
if you've seen, I mean, the house is, I'm not saying the house and surroundings of the main thing is just like, ag people that don't care, okay? But then across the street, owned by the same people, their grandson or something like that, I mean, he's got some sheds, 1 million cars, drug activity, I mean, it's a whole lot of negativity going on there. And I think from what I understand is the older woman, her son, he runs the ag part of
kind of like, he's not probably the most responsible farmer, but the grandson has told him, I guess they have grandma fooled that he's taking active part in it. He's using the front end loaders and.
Yeah.
Yeah, then if you come on down to the stop sign at 12, make a left. Go on down the road a ways and you'll see this newly erected fence. I say newly erected, 2 years, probably 2 or 3 years. And, he's got a bunch of mobile homes in there and people living in there.
So we have some outside out of mind.
And he's a known, pharmaceutical salesman. or not sanctioned pharmaceutical salesman. And he, you know, and the property, the way that the property leans and goes back toward the woods, you can't see, you'd have to do an overhead of what's going on there. I mean, because it's just, from the road, it just goes downhill. So he's able to put up a 6-foot stockade fence and pretty much close out his operations.
Yeah, people do what they need to do.
So you're saying it's like a moonshine delivery?
No, this is not moonshine. This
So I think
this
one way
would
to
not
solve
be
it-
moonshine.
I think one way to solve all that is to work on our adopted highway program, roadside cameras, and that's, you just have to have people out there in the community, because right now, it's, people have just retracted so much from public life, and you don't see anybody, and so everybody's
I
doing
will
their own.
adopt the section in front of my farm.
I'm just saying, but it's neighbors showing them care, because otherwise.
He's had at least 60 cars there. I mean, they're just rows of cars.
In particular, on Mount Road, that one, that's just the yeah, that would be,
You talking about up there by the turn?
no, not
It is kind of
right.
close, no, but it is kind of close to the turn, right?
No, there's a curve there.
There is a little bit of a curve right
Yeah.
there. Yeah,
Yeah.
oh yeah, yeah.
I know what you're talking
Some of your friends?
about.
Well, come on.
I don't know who it, I don't know that, I've seen the house.
Not one of my friends either. But
It looks like a chicken house
It
converted.
does.
Yeah, it looks like,
Yeah.
it looks like somebody just, put a door on a chicken house. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think the roof is,
But they painted it.
oh, I haven't been on it, I haven't been on, I've
Oh,
been
no,
by it
they
since.
fixed it up, man. They painted it, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
really?
Yeah, I've seen, they've got a grill out front. I've seen people,
Oh,
I have seen, I'm not kidding, I've seen people out
that says
there.
it all, the girl's out front.
I've seen people out there in the evening sitting in chairs, and, you know, just kinda like.
Like your
kinda
chicken
thing.
coop.
And,
Well, it's like a juke joint.
yeah, yeah. And I've
Do
seen.
you live near there?
I live on Mount Airy Road, other end. I don't live there, no, I live on the other end. Down towards 605.
Yeah, but this is up the hill from this is what I'm describing.
This is right up.
As you
33.
drive, you. Oh, 30.
Right up
Okay.
that.
Turn on Mount Airy.
Okay, so then there's the gas, there's a,
There's
the
Grant's
repair
Garage
facility.
right there on the corner, and then you go by the church.
The church,
And then there's
yeah.
like one more, like a wooden space, and then right there on the left is a little cinder block building, on a small piece of land, and it's got like 50 cars in there.
Oh,
They drag them in all the
that's,
time, and they're doing,
no wonder he said, is it somebody I know? His last name is Quarles.
oh, it is?
I think it's Keith Quarles, I believe.
Ah, who's that?
I don't know him.
I was kidding with you. Look, I was
No,
kidding.
I know, but
He's my brother.
I'm thinking you're talking about the other end, where the, okay, so if you come from 605,
Yeah,
you come across the little creek,
yep.
up a hill, and as soon as you as soon as you start to do like this, there's a little
On the
structure on the left coming from 605.
Kind of the abandoned house.
Yeah, it's
You know,
a,
the house that's in bad shape with the curve.
it's,
The trailer?
Is it trailer? Yeah. It's
is
been a
it
while.
a trailer or is it a house? It's a little.
It's a trailer.
Okay, yeah.
It's a trailer. Yeah, oh, that's my neighbor.
Oh, okay.
No, there's one that's abandoned. That, isn't that?
No, this looks like a,
Hey, wait. All right, we're on 605, we turn on to Mount Airy, right? You go down the hill, you
Up,
cross the creek.
across the creek, up the hill,
Then you keep going up,
and
right?
then the curve
And then
goes like this.
You got a real sharp turn to the
And-
right.
Yeah, and if you look to the left, right
Yep.
there at the curve, there was
Yep.
a,
There's a trailer.
okay.
And he added a piece, a wooden structure on the front of it on the side.
Okay,
But that's
okay.
caved in.
Okay.
But that's, oh yeah, no, that's my neighbor Pete. He lives there.
Okay.
He lives on like $2 a month. He's an amazing guy. He has absolutely, completely destitute, nothing at all. I mean, we help him out when we can, but, he's also a pharmaceutical.
I didn't know you.
But
Oh, really?
But, yeah, as you, right before you get there, there's a driveway on your left.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're the house down there that you can see from the road. The
Well,
White House
I
down
don't,
there.
I don't think I could ever see a house that sits way back though, right?
We sit back, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
we sit back, but you can see it clearly from the road.
Okay,
It's-
okay.
It's trees all the way up except right there where the driveway is, so. as you-
Okay, so
that's
before you get to
driveway.
Mr. B.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, right before you get to Pete's place. Yep,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm familiar with Pete. No, we're talking about the other end.
The other end.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Quarles used to work on cars.
Apparently he still does.
Well, he lends new meaning to the word shade tree. He's, you know,
Well, I tell you what, he's got,
need a motor
I'm
tonight.
gonna be one of those
Need
Saturdays.
a
so-
motor tonight. I read about it in the morning.
Shady
Yeah.
tree.
Right,
Shady
right,
tree.
shade tree. yeah.
whoever it is, he's got a couple of car haulers in there.
Yeah, little, they pull behind.
You pull by, yeah. you get
It's like,
two or
it's
three-
a
you get-
tow dolly.
You get two or three vehicles on trailers.
Oh, really?
That you get 2 or 3 vehicles,
He's upgraded.
that you pull behind, yeah, you pull behind a fifth wheel, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got a couple of them back in there, and he's got all these cars lined up on one side, and in the back where they
He must
built,
have really gotten big time.
where they
because-
built a fence in the back, if you look around the fence, you can see all kinds of vehicles back there. Some of them jacked way up in the air that they're either taking apart or doing something with. And he's got now a tractor in the front, and there's some other vehicles showing up in the front of the house. Yeah. I mean, it just keeps going, and it's, you gotta do something about it. I mean, the thing is.
He needs a license and an area to do it in, it sounds like.
Yeah.
I mean, but, yeah.
Placing pavilions where there's some little concrete.
I mean, we had an issue with that, with right there at the corner of, you'll remember, I don't know if you will, but right there at the corner, going to Captain Meade, there was a guy decided to build a garage that you could probably lift a truck in. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so all of a sudden, his house was a trailer, but it sat back. I think it was his mother's house. And he builds in the middle of the driveway this big structure, tall structure.
It's gotta be like 18 feet tall.
Yeah, it's easily 18 feet tall.
Metal side building.
And yes, and he didn't have doors for a long time. It was just a shed with, that you drive under. And they were doing repairs. But he had 35 cars in the yard?
Well, see, that's what happens, yeah.
I mean, when I say lined around like this.
I just don't understand how it happens.
They
want them if they weren't running and driving.
And so the neighbor said something to me, they said, this is, because there are a couple nice houses there. And they're like, well, this is just, and I don't even think he had a permit to put that building. I know he didn't have a permit but it was done.
The other thing to remember is they can say that it's an ag exempt building.
Well, yeah, but still to apply.
Because they don't get a building permit.
Ag exempt.
Agreed.
But you can look back and see whether they applied for it.
Yeah, exemption.
I mean, stuff like that's not gonna change until we take a hard stance that,
We don't change that. The state told us that because we're a right farm state, if you want to, under Ken Cuccinelli, when he was Attorney General, he said, this is gonna be the way that we treat agricultural buildings. They are exempt from local building code if the person states that it's an agricultural building. And what I keep asking people is, why would you wanna build a building without a building permit? Is your insurance agent really gonna be your best friend?
well,
They don't
I
care.
mean, but there's,
So, and they're like, I talked to my insurance agent, they came and looked at it, they were fine with it, no big deal. So then we have the people who built Patch Brewing, okay, you know where that is, outside Gordonsville? So they're Louis people, some Craigs, and they built some buildings out there, and they were doing work without permit, because it was all ag exempt. And one of the two partners' wives was running a floor sander, and the thing caught fire, because they didn't have people who knew what they were doing out there.
wiring, right?
She got covered, she got severe burn, the whole body, 3rd-degree burn, she's in the hospital, she's had a miraculous recovery. But, people just do. I mean, the stuff that people do
What,
is
what
unbelievable.
about the guy on Zion Road, Zion Road?
Well, I gotta go.
And he decided he could take a old structure and build a second story on it.
This is the one you and I talked about.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know what it is. I don't know where we are on that one.
he's done more work.
Yeah.
He's continued to do work. I looked the other day, he had like, railing set up.
Okay.
Nicely built railing, but I mean, railing set up, you know, like, going up. And, I mean, not that it's a county issue, but he's even encroached on land over there that's not his.
That's not our issue, but although it's a building setback issue potentially.
Well, no, but not building wise. He's put some chairs out, and his wood operation is on
Yep.
actually some relatives of mine land.
There's a little burial.
There's a cemetery there. His land, when my uncle sold it to him, his land ends at the first driveway. That's the width of it. He's over to the second driveway and even over on that land on the other side. But the person that is in charge of that probably have a chemical issue. Don't care.
Yep.
You know, so, I don't know.
Go after them one at a time. We need to get Matt's help, that's really the key. So part of what we did, Matt Strasser, so what we did when we brought in E&S inspector was combine E&S and code into one division. So what we had is Chris Nelson, who worked as a code enforcement officer to run the division, and we brought in somebody who would start with E&S, but also be able to do zoning stuff and code stuff. So it's taken a little bit of time for Ashton to kind of get where he needs to be. He had a push his foot injury a couple months ago. Fasciitis toward his Achilles real bad, but he needs to be out there. I mean, Chris has years of history of working on some of these cases, you know, closing
I
cases.
mean, we're almost getting to the point where they could just drive down any road in Louisa County and find.
I originally on my road, driving on my road.
It's all out there. Listen, the first time I came, I mean, I've been through Louisa County before I came to work here, but the first time I was planning to come to work here, it's like, oh my God, what are we gonna do with codes? Because, oh my God, there are code cases everywhere. So, and what I found out is.
Well, there are issues like
Some people just turn their eye, you know, it's like, it's not a big deal.
take the concrete issue that we just wrestled with. As you all probably well know, that in most areas, once public water comes in, we dig a well. The well people will tell you, no, we can't, no. See that sewer right there? We can't be punching a well. but we didn't have it on the books. We had a very interesting conversation the day after it was denied. You know, you can't tell a man you can't dig a well on the property. I said, anywhere else. I didn't tell him he couldn't. Just told him he couldn't get my vote if he did. And that's not, you know, hey, on record and say, I always thought it's a good idea to have it, to have the competition. That's what I'm looking at. You don't have to go sloughing up the ally and they go, well, let's see. Who's your uncle? You know, so now we can play fairly. So I think it's a good thing as far as from the competition issue. But it had to be done the right way. And I sat there and listened to a lot of conversation about some people that had done a lot of homework regarding it. I mean, the Baileys and whatever Mrs. Ponytail, Heidi Shalloway, they were timing up. But by the same token, we found out these things that are monitored federally. Okay, and that, but they don't want to look at that. They didn't want to look at that. They don't want to think about that because that didn't sell their point. And finally, I had to tell them that the unfortunate thing about real estate is when you make a purchase, you're kind of gambling. You're gambling and you're gambling, and if you don't want to gamble so much, you buy everything around you. Then you can control it. But if you can't buy everything around you, it's a gamble. That I put my house here, and I'm hoping that when this lot sells, they're not going to come in with a Burger King or Trump stop or whatever. But I mean, it's just one of those things. But yeah, so they, that conversation was very bad, and the only thing I was trying to do is make it line up the right way. I understand that the church is there and the church is a gambling thing. I mean, it's a gamble when they put it there and so forth, and the world has grown up around the church.
Yeah, that's right.
But I also wanted to I thought it would be a nice thing to proffer out the weekends. And the weekends I was aiming for Sunday. When I get out of church and hear beep, beep, beep across the street, they don't generally go together. Is it something that was a violation? No, it wasn't a violation at all. But I would think that if you were trying to get a vote, somewhat compromising to that fact. No, am I trying to institute a blue law again? No, absolutely not. But I mean, show some sense of something.
Staff needs in pre-application meetings to make sure that we put as much of that position out there in a strong way as possible. That's when the person involved, the agent, rock back a little bit and he has a mentality that he doesn't have to tell anybody anything until it gets down to crunch time. And he won on this one. I mean, this is an example of everybody acting.
He actually didn't.
Well,
he got the approval, but
everybody acting to some degree precipitously too quickly because it's what he wanted, quickly. Because the quicker you are,
Well, you always wants it quick.
I know, but the
And
more you're forcing.
he always does the, and, you know, he put, like I might have said to one of you, it was one of the best presentations that I've seen.
Yeah.
It's rock solid, he had all the information, but that particular person, when you give him the parameters, he's very good at inserting the, you know, I mean,
The justification.
he did that in 24 hours, basically.
Yep.
But, and this is why the water situation threw him for a loop. Because he was big to say, oh yeah, when water comes there, and he's thinking, James River, when water comes there, yeah, we'll sign up, no problem. We'll sign up. We'll sign up. You didn't, I don't know if you got that.
Yeah, I remember.
We'll sign up. What's not consistent about that?
It's already there.
Well, no. What's not consistent about that is because when we divulged to him, the lady sitting right here, the water was right there. Wait a minute, I can't make that, I can't speak for the owner. Wait a minute, you were just willed.
We'll sign up.
You were just committed when it didn't cost anything. Now, it's gonna cost something, and there's commitment, and now you're saying, I can't make that decision without the owner. He's very frustrated, pissed off, and left it. But,
Yes.
I'm glad.
Yes, he was.
He was hot. He was hot. He got
He was the
roped.
hottest I'd ever seen him.
He got roped in his own noose.
Yeah.
I mean, because he didn't know
Yep.
that I had called you and had her sitting there. Mr. 4,000 gallons per day. Come on now. What y'all doing? Mixing dry concrete? Spitting in it? I mean, you got to have water. So, I felt a little bad, but then I didn't feel bad because you're playing the game with, you know. Because I asked you a question, I already got the answer. I already knew that there was water there. You didn't know there was water there. Because it's working in the reverse. Coming from the wells. He was thinking, yeah, no problem. When it comes from James River, hell, at this rate, none of us will be alive. But, I mean, you know, I'm saying, he stepped on himself, and he knew it. That's why he was so pissed off.
Yeah.
That's why he was so pissed off, because he stepped on himself. He saw an opening, ran through it, and boom, it came down on him. Yeah.
We just need to get more on the front end so it doesn't end up that way, because his method is not good for anybody.
And at the same time, the 6 years I've been here, he gives it the least as possible, and then we
Well,
have
of
4
course.
of them,
Of course.
and then we end up scrambling.
But you have to understand the size. Hey, if I had something that I needed to, you know, squeak through, that's the first man I'm calling. I mean, each one of his things and if I could coach him, if he just scaled it back just a little bit, then he doesn't.
I think he acts like it's important.
Well, yeah, but when he does that, it alerts me to think, well, why is he selling so hard? Why is he selling so hard? What am I missing? And then you start looking at why it can't versus why it should. You know, if I had to give him some advice. But in that particular case, I mean, it wasn't so much about him, it was about the process. He hasn't been an attorney all these years and know that when you bring public water by someplace, he knew, he was smart enough to know that in Louisa that doesn't exist. because we just got public water. Public water hasn't been a big issue with Louisa. Hell, public water's run off wells now. So, we haven't had many ordinances and many things in place to deal with water. So, and he was taking full advantage of that, you know. Running the concrete plant. I think, Mr. Allen was concerned about a dam well. Mr. Allen is very wealthy. He's done very well with that cement, you know, and, I'm sure that he could care less about, whether they dig a well or whether they tap in the public. But that was something that Mr. Torrey did see.
Well, the good news is that Band-Aid's been pulled off, so we're done with it. So, you know, it's, the approach he takes is, puts everybody in a difficult spot.
And just in that particular case, it's probably good the way it went, the way it went. I don't know what happened on your end after, between the meetings. I'm sure it was absolute hell.
We had to scramble like hell, and so, you know, when we get stuff like that, we can't do higher order work because we're messing around with some nonsense. So we get.
So how did you know he was mad? Did he call me names?
No, I knew him, I know him, he was mad, I could just tell his vocal inflection when he was talking.
The next day, or?
Well, he
No, that night.
that night, no, he was not mad, he was just mad at what had happened, and he apologized the next morning, I'm sorry, I told him I understood why you were upset. But,
Then the next morning, right?
yeah, he just thought it was something else, and, I understood why you were upset, but I wanted to tell him, if you stop playing games, you know.
Well, if he thought about it, I mean, it was a very simple issue. It's not, this is not something that, you know,
Hello.
when you look at something and you say, does this make sense or not? You gotta get past winning and losing. Winning and losing is we all want to win. But he was focused so much on, you know, winning when you think, well, wait, they're not asking anything out of the ordinary.
Client recognized that.
Yeah, his client did, but he was like, no, you know, and the client, I guess that was his client, I just.
What's the client?
You know,
You know what?
the client, and I dare say if Alan was here, Alan would have said, yeah, just go ahead, I mean, this is not.
But see, that's the problem with going at things too fast is that question can get asked and answered before then. Because if you're in a room and Pam's in the room and you say, this is a concrete plant, we're concerned they're gonna draw down the aquifer, can you provide water? Yes. Okay, fine. Can we do that? I don't know, we'll get back to you. That's fine.
Now, what are the two ladies at the Water Authority, Pam and who else?
Well, Mary used to be there, Mary's gone.
No.
Retired.
What's Pam's last name?
She retired kind of above it. It's V-A-U-G-H.
Okay, so I talked to somebody.
Is it Teresa Coffin, is that right?
I don't know Teresa.
Well, I talked to.
There she is.
You
don't know?
Does Pam,
Hold on a second, you should hear this. So do you know who Darren Coffey is?
Darren?
Bullshit.
He couldn't give it. That's his ex-wife.
You couldn't give.
Okay, so
Darren Coffey was director of the department from 2006 to 12, I think.
So the reason I asked about
Anyway, his ex-wife works with me.
okay. The reason I asked, I think Pam lives near Quail.
Where she lives, I've never really talked to her.
If I'm not correct, and I just learned this information. They had a very unfortunate situation happen. First marriage, her husband committed suicide. noticed was, we were driving down the road one night, around 10 o'clock at night, and there's every sheriff's department in the driveway, and ambulances and everything like that. And I'm thinking, well, the house is still standing, and there's no apparent fire. If it's the right lady, because she's now married to a guy that I think I met the other day, my wife was on the water authority, and he said she was kind of short, blonde hair. So I think it's the same thing. But what had happened, he had changed his medication. A local doctor, well-known doctor, had changed his medication on Thursday. Sunday night, we were pregnant. And there was no reason for it. They weren't financially in trouble. They were a happy family. They were watching a movie. He said, good night, and went in. I mean, and so this guy that I met, they were redoing a house down the street. I had to be Lowe's. And he was telling me about, doing a total vet job on the house, and I go, is it on Roundabout Road? And he says, yeah. I said, yeah, I know about it. And then he told me that he married Penny. Okay. Trying to explain to me where he lived. When he explained to me where he lived, I said, they had an unfortunate incident, and he says, yeah. I said, I remember. I did real by that night. On my way just to Louisa, and what happened over there? Yeah. Yeah. Then some neighbors told me about all the background stuff. Well, they had a good business, and everything was, father-in-law was metal roofing, I believe, was a business or something like that. Big business. No apparent reason for that. Just change of medicine. On his head. You about to say something?
She has a reserve to her, and I think that now I can understand her relationship there.
That was something that nobody saw. Question marks like all over the place, like, what, him? Nice guy. That's another chapter is there. Yeah. Got the husband now, knew that guy. But he was the nicest guy. Get that? Doctors go right prescriptions. That just, I'm sorry, that just. Nice man. Nice man. Push moves to it. That was a patient. I went to him about five or 6 times, 5 or 7 times, something like that. Probably had 30 minutes worth of conversation with him. And what? Oh, your skin's blue? Oh, okay, wait a minute. Here, take this down to CVS and get it filled. The last particular time was he wrote a prescription for I don't know if it was the time for the bees. It might have been. I So anyway, there was a prescription written, and I went to CVS right away, and I filled it, and I'm like, and I don't know whether I read the thing after it was filled or whatever, but it was a strong narcotic. And I'm very much against that. And so, I remember it was $84, and that was way back then, it was way back then. And it was $84, and I called his office right back, and I'm like, I was like, is this gonna help with the swelling, the inflammation? But it sure will make you feel good. And I'm like, oh my God. And so I'm like, this is a narcotic, right? He says, yeah. So I remember going to the house and pouring out $84 right in the toilet. There in my drain chute. And it was like, I think that was,
Now you can't even get narcotics when you need them
Well-
because of overprescribed. I mean, I'm just telling you, the last 3 years is really, they go, take some Tylenol and some Ivy, whatever. They just gone the complete opposite direction.
they needed to do it. I mean, it just, but yeah, that was probably my last deal with him. And, went and sought out a relative of mine, who was a doctor, and he's in Goochland. And I said, we set an appointment. And I came there, and there was nobody there, the door was locked, and I waited for an hour, and nobody showed up. The appointment was like, I wanna say 8:30 in the morning, so 9:30 I left and went to work in Charlottesville, and about 12:30 I got a call from his office, and it was kind of like, well, the kid's had a bad morning, blah, blah, blah. It's not how this is supposed to go. So then I started thinking about my relatives, my aunt, grandmother, and I said, okay. Hats off to him when COVID hit me. Where's Dr. Bolts? Sandy Hook, which is down 522.
Yeah.
He's the second Dr. Bolts. He's Dr. Bolts Jr. But I mean, I tell you, I had the first strain of COVID, as you remember, and it was bad. It was not this 3-day shit and drop. It was bad. And I would come to, and they would tell me, she'd say, the doctor called out your sleep. I said, okay. Every night. Got them to see how I was doing, and they don't do that. I do remember one time being up on the call, wow. Focus and then, well after his hours, but he was concerned.
But it was fair for him, but it really made something so fair.
Well, you know, I mean, let's face it, when you pass away, the funeral is for the family, it's not.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not gonna see any of it, you know, and they can say all the great stuff about you they want.
I yelled at my wife, so they gave Jen, the wife, passed away, Nicole, some ashes to a couple people spread out horse riding, and I opened up the console of the car. What the hell is this car? What's Jen? Driving around with Jen in the car?
Right.
How long have you been driving around with Jen in the car? She goes, we were gonna take it out when we were riding, we just didn't, we were trying to pick a day to do it. I'm like, for heaven's sakes, Tiffany, take junk in the house.
Right. Before we get pulled over. What's
Yeah,
this
yeah, exactly. That was the other thing. They're good. They're just drop that shit out.
Just a little
Test it.
rough.
Oh, came positive for meth. You
A
know.
little bit from a nerve.
I mean, there's that one guy who had the cat litter under his car seat and tested positive for meth. He was in jail for a month and lost his job.
What, Kepler has meth in it?
Well, no, apparently it just caused an old test positive. I'll find the news article for you. This poor guy
God.
ruined it for like a year. So yeah, but Tiffany, you've got. So
Let me find out that Bach makes meth.
she had just, in her defense, she had just gotten the vial. So I was like, and I goes, what is this? She goes, can't be driving.
So it's funny, you know, I don't know if I told you this, but one of my neighbors, been there, they grew up there, I guess, down the street toward Quail. And one morning, on Saturday or something, I hear boom, this explosion. So, you know, talking to kids, or, you know, I call him kids, he's probably mid-40s. Anyway, he came over and we were talking about it. I said, yeah, Dylan blew the front off his house. I'm like, what?
Oh, yeah.
But you think an explosion like that, why are you still alive?
Right place, right time.
You know, I mean, good God. I mean, it was, whoo.
The best part is because my wife gives her horses really. He's a hot-blooded racehorse, and so
Okay.
like, you give him a tiny bit of habit juice. That's what we call it. We just a little bit of a sedative.
Okay.
A lot of people in the horse world do it.
Love you.
Just a tiny bit. Like,
Right.
just take the edge off, so he's not like freaking out because he's used to getting out of a trailer and go, all right, I'm going to race down this track. He has literally won first place at Churchill Downs. Like this is that's why it costs an hour.
Right.
Very good after that. But, but like I'll get in the horse trailer or the truck and there's these equine hypodermic needles just laying on the ground, and I'm like, you cannot be driving around with hypodermic needles hanging like laying on the ground, the passenger seat of the truck. Oh, it's gonna take him out. They're not gonna ask questions, okay?
Sure.
You're gonna be step out of the vehicle.
And they have no way of testing them at that point.
Oh,
I don't know where it's from.
Yeah. And it's like got a horse cookie that's like, you know, been in there forever and it's like disintegrating into a powder and like so I've cleaned up the truck through all the I mean, it's not just like she puts the cat backs on them, but there's still all these like people thinking around. I haven't had a conversation with my wife about it. You know, driving around with ashes in the car.
Right.
Streets.
You know,
If
this
you're
looks
giving
like-
back.
What does this look like?
Yeah, if you're giving heavy juice to one of the horses.
Right.
But we actually don't even have the horses we got to go home out and do that anymore. They figured out the job. In the beginning when he was
Don't even
fresh,
let me even talk,
when he was
please.
fresh off the track, he needed a little calming down help.
I actually like watching horse racing. Like, occasionally I go to this bar, shoot pool, and they bet in a different part, but they have one of the things with the horse races up there. And I think it's just amazing that, especially when I can see a guy that's in the back of the pack, and like in the last race, you just see his horses just making a move, and you can, that horse is gonna win, and he comes all the way through the pack and wins.
Yeah, my horse.
It's like this, and seeing him it's almost like you can look at them like they're athletes and go, yeah, that guy's gonna win.
Well, that's what I horse, because I kicked last in gym class, I'm a terrible athlete, I was the horse doing it. That's the secret.
And then the guys with the cart, I mean, these
Yeah,
horses,
I can't predict, yeah.
these horses are just, I mean, they're motoring, pulling this cart, and it's like, I was watching him yesterday, I was like, oh my God. You know, he just, and I try and get into the horse's mind, what's he thinking? You know, because they gotta get around these things, you know, nobody has an accident, I mean, it's a little science to it. And I noticed last night, nobody was hitting the horse when it came to the cart. Is that like illegal to do that?
I don't really know,
It's not horse?
I've seen kart racing, but I know very little about it. I know more about.
It's like a chariot. It's like
Yeah,
riding behind
they do it at Churchill Downs.
the horse has to walk a certain way, I guess because,
It's like a prancer almost.
well, it's like this, as opposed to,
Hey, honey.
you know.
Hey, Do you need me to come home?
I can sit there like amazing and watch it.
okay, I'll be home in a little bit.
Think much about horses, I mean, that I never, that was
Right.
never part of my
Right.
culture, you know, as far as like, even when we came to the farm, the horse was gone years before I was around. That was more my sister's time. They had a barn that burned down and the horse got killed. So, the horses were never part of it. And I see these race horses, they got all these muscles, and they're like, oh yeah, they're slick. Oh my God, man, that's cool. But when I think about my friends in the vet bills, I go, nah, I don't think that will ever be a part of me. I mean, it like, okay, so one of them, they trucked the horse down to Richmond, and next day, you know, like, what's a $7,000 bill for something? And then the horse wasn't ready yet, and it's like, I think they ended up spending $21,000. And like, you can't have, I never heard of insurance on a horse. I mean,
Yep.
health insurance on a horse? No, I don't think so.
I'm sure these days you probably can. But I think it would be a high premium because they require a lot.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of money. So how's your life?
Oh, pretty good. Yep. Winter has been strange, so daughter is in 7th grade. She's been active in theater and band, dance. So
Good.
She's doing all these things, which are great,
Keep her busy.
but they keep us all busy.
Keep her busy and on the radar, because 7th grade through 12, jeez.
Yep. Yeah, we had a sit-down talk last night for an hour and a half. It's overdue.
Mm.
Yeah, she keeps us busy, and then my son is, he's becoming a little man. He's 4th grade, but he's, has an early, or a late birthday, I guess, but he has an October birthday, so we help to that next grade. So he's,
So he's 10 years old.
yeah, he's 10.
I've not been to the phone now. Yes, sir, what's going on?
I hate to run, but my wife's asking if I,
Probably within 45 minutes.